Cultivation Online Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 281, Yellow Envelope. Do I have a problem, you say? Since when did you obtain the courage to speak back to me in such a manner? Meifeng narrowed her eyes at Meishu. However, Meishu did not back down and continued to stare at her own mother with a serious expression on her face. Miss Meifeng, Yu called out to her with cold sweat running down her own back. After a moment of awkward silence, Meifeng finally spoke with a slight smile on her face. No, I don't have any problems. In fact, I was going to help you volunteer to be the young master's caretaker. Really? Yu was surprised by Meifeng's approval. Meifeng nodded and said, "When I couldn't stay by the young master's side, I thought that I could perhaps have Meishu stand by his side in my stead. That's why I suggested training her in the first place." Meishu's eyes widened with surprise. While she'd agreed to take the training of her own will, she didn't know of her mother's intentions until today, and it was quite shocking, to say the least. "Are you not worried about my parents saying something, Miss Meifeng? I doubt they'll allow your daughter to take care of Brother Tian," Yu suddenly asked her. "Yes, I am. Hence why I will be giving you two choices now, Meishu," Meifeng said, and she stared at Meishu dead in the eyes with a serious expression. "1. You will remain in the Yu family and continue serving the young lady as her servant. However, you are not allowed to take care of the young master, as there is no way the masters would allow you to do that. Or you can continue being the young master's caretaker. However, if you choose this path, you will have to leave the Yu family and stop being the young lady's caretaker. It's either the young master or the young lady. You can't have both. Which will you pick?" Meishu's eyes widened with shock upon being given these two options. However, to Meifeng and Meishu's surprise, Yu was the first to speak, and she said in a resolute voice, "Meishu, you must pick Brother Tian. I can take care of myself, but Brother Tian, he cannot do that." "If I leave the Yu family, what will happen to school?" Meishu suddenly asked. "Of course, you will no longer be able to attend the same school as the young lady, as you're only there because of the Yu family. However, if you're willing to pay the school fees by yourself, you'll still be able to attend the school like normal." Meishu frowned. Paying the school's fee by herself, even with her savings, she won't last until the end of the year if she had to pay for such a prestigious school by herself. "I know this is a difficult choice for you, but you cannot continue to sneak around. The masters will eventually find out that you're helping the young master behind their backs, and the punishment for that will be much worse than just leaving the Yu family. Hell, even my position may be at risk," Meifeng said. And she continued, "If you choose to leave the Yu family to take care of the young master, I'll also try to support you however I can. As for the young lady, I believe her when she says that she can take care of herself."
"Meishu, do you even have to think about this? You need to pick Brother Tian. As for your school, we'll think of something," Yu continued to urge her. Meishu suddenly closed her eyes, and memories of her childhood with Yuan quickly flowed into her head. "What's wrong, Meishu? Did you mess up again? Come here, you can cry on my shoulders." Yuan's childish voice resounded in her head.
"Crying again here? Do you want some chocolate? It'll make you feel better. Your training is almost done? Congratulations. Let's both do our best, okay?" Meishu opened her eyes after a long minute of silence before walking in front of Yu. After taking a deep breath, Meishu lowered her body and bowed to Yu. "I'm sorry, young lady, but I have decided to leave the Yu family. Please forgive me." A smile appeared on Yu's face, and she nodded. "Thank you for your years of dedication and hard work, Meishu. Please take care of Brother Tian from now on. I will definitely repay you in the future." Sometime later, Meifeng said, "I will let the masters know of your departure later, Meishu." She then turned to look at Yu and continued, "Young lady, if you don't mind, can I visit the young master?" "I haven't seen him in years," Yu nodded and said, "Meishu, you can bring Miss Meifeng to see Brother Tian when you leave. I'll have the other servants pack your things so you don't have to worry about that. Thank you, young lady. Don't call me that anymore, Meishu. You're no longer working for me, and I am no longer your young lady. Call me Sister Ru. I understand, Sister Ru," Meishu said to her after a slight hesitation, feeling a little bit odd afterward. After talking with Yu for a little bit longer, Meixiu left the place with Meifeng. Once she was alone, Yu laid on the bed with a dazed look on her face. Not just Brother Tien, even Meixiu is gone now, leaving me all alone in this place. Even though she personally encouraged Meixiu to leave, Yu couldn't help but shed some tears from Meixiu's departure. After a moment of silence, she mumbled, "Maybe I should just leave this place and go with Brother Tien and Meixiu." Yu then got off the bed and walked to her desk. After unlocking one of the drawers with a key, Yu used another key to unlock a box that was inside the drawers, retrieving a large yellow envelope that had a white label that read Certificate of Adoption. Yu carefully opened the envelope that appeared to have already been opened before and stared at the certificate after taking it out, her expression as calm as a still pond. After staring at the certificate and a certain name on it for a few moments, Yu placed it back inside the envelope and locked her drawers before leaving her room with a gentle smile on her face. Chapter 282, Apology. After leaving the house, Meixiu brought her mother to Yuan's apartment in a limousine. Of course, this limousine belonged to Meifeng despite her status as a servant, as she was only second in rank in the Yu family, directly below Yu and her parents. "The young master is currently living in this apartment?" Meifeng raised her eyebrows upon arriving at the place. While the apartment wasn't too bad, it wasn't fitting for someone like Yuan. At least, that's what Meifeng thought. In her mind, a genius like Yuan, someone who can literally make money rain with his godlike musical talents, doesn't deserve to live in an apartment with hundreds of other individuals. Sometime later, they entered the elevator and quickly made their way to the 17th floor. Clack. Meixiu opened the door to 17F with her keys and said, "Young master, I'm home." Yuan, who was cultivating while waiting for Meixiu's return, was puzzled to hear the words "young master" come out of her mouth when she seemed to have gotten used to calling him Yuan. However, Yuan realized something was amiss when he heard two sets of footsteps entering the apartment. Did Yu come? No, these footsteps are too gentle. Yuan wondered to himself who this visitor could be if not Yu. "Young master, you have a visitor," Meixiu said to him from outside his room after gently knocking on his doors. "Who is it?" Yuan asked. "Young master, it's me," Meifeng quickly responded in an unbelievably soft voice. "Miss Meifeng?" Yuan immediately recognized her mature voice despite many years of not hearing it. "May I come inside?" Meifeng asked him from outside. "Yes, please, come inside." Meifeng turned to look at Meixiu and said to her with a serious expression, "Stay out here. I want to speak with him privately." Although she was hesitant to leave Yuan alone with her mother, she couldn't find the strength to refuse and nodded her head. Meifeng approached the doorknob with her hands, and after taking a deep breath, she turned the handle and opened the door. Upon entering Yuan's room and closing the door, Meifeng turned to look at the young man lying on the bed. Young master Meifeng was surprised to see Yuan's healthy complexion, but she didn't think too much about it for now and decided to kneel beside the bed on both her knees. "Miss Meifeng, what are you doing here, Did?" Yuan was worried that his adopted parents might have found out about Meixiu helping him, hence why her mother was here. "No, the masters don't know about my presence here. You can relax. I'm not here to separate Meixiu from you, I can't." As though she could see through his worries, Meifeng reassured him of his worries in a gentle voice. "Then why are you? I'm here to apologize to you, dear young master." Meifeng suddenly reached for one of Yuan's hands and held it close to her heart, treating it as though it was some kind of fragile treasure. "Apologize?" "What for?" Yuan asked her in a truly puzzled voice. "For everything." Meifeng sighed, and she continued, "If I hadn't shown your musical talents to the masters, they wouldn't have made you play for the family, and you would have kept your childhood at the very least for a few more years. However, because I showed the masters your talents, they adopted you and essentially made you into a slave whose only purpose in life was to play music for the family, and it's entirely my fault that you had to sacrifice your childhood yourself with nothing in return. You earned the Yu family countless fame and wealth, but what did you get in return? Not only did you lose your ability to see at a young age, but you also lost your ability to move shortly after. And now, a few years later, even the family that you supported and helped rise to the peak of the music world abandoned you. Furthermore, I even stopped visiting you because of this guilt, as I could not bear seeing the young master in such a condition. I know that there's nothing I can say or do that will get rid of this sin, nor do I expect to be forgiven, but please, even if you hate me, do not blame Mixiu for any of this. She's an innocent girl who did her best at a very young age, even if I scolded her a dozen times a day, just so she could be by your side when I could not. If you have to hate someone, hate me, who brought you into the Yu family. Tears flowed from Meifeng's eyes as she cried in silence, since she didn't want Yuan to realize that she was crying. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a soft voice. Miss Meifeng, I don't blame you for any of this, much less hate you. There's no way I can hate you after all. If not for you, I would have never met my sister Yu Ru, Meishu, and many others, and even if you didn't tell the Yu family about me, they would have still learned about me sooner or later, since that video was widespread. While I do blame someone for this, it's definitely not you. As for my childhood, even though I had spent most of it playing music for the Yu family, I didn't see it just as playing for the Yu family. Yuru, Mixiu, you, and everyone who watched me perform, it's because of your smiles when I play the instruments that I play them. Fame? Wealth? I don't care about any of that. Young master? The tears that had begun to stop suddenly started flowing again from Meifeng, and she began crying in a suppressed manner, as she was unable to resist her tears this time. Miss Meifeng, this may sound weird, but can you lay your head on my hand? Yuan suddenly asked her. Meifeng didn't think too much about it, and followed his instructions, planting her cheeks on his warm hands, feeling the warmth of Meifeng's face on his palm. Yuan gritted his teeth and mustered all of his strength and cultivation to move his fingers that were closest to Meifeng's eyes, wiping some of the tears from her soaked eyes, shocking her greatly once she realized what had just happened. Young master, you just now. Meifeng lifted her head to stare at Yuan, who had a gentle smile on his face at this moment. Chapter 283, The Perfect Solution. Hearing Meifeng's gasping voice, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face. Even if my childhood was taken away from me, at least I still have my future, and I won't give up until I can personally leave this bed with my own strength. Young master, you really? Meifeng almost couldn't believe what had just happened. Did he just move his fingers, even if it was just slightly? That is a huge improvement, and a hopeful sign that he might actually recover in the future. Yes, I am really recovering, but please keep this a secret for now, as I want it to be a surprise for Mixiu and Yuro, Yuan said in a low voice. I will keep it a secret. I won't tell a single soul, even if it's the last thing I do, I promise. Meifeng nodded her head with excitement, causing the tears on her face to drop faster. After spending a few minutes wiping her tears and calming down, Meifeng spoke. Young master, what do you plan on doing now that you're no longer part of the Yu family? While you're definitely recovering, it's going to be difficult without the Yu family's support and resources. And she continued, if you need money, just let me know and I'll do my best to support you. It's okay, Miss Meifeng. I already have a plan. However, I am worried about one thing. What are you worried about, young master? Is there anything I can do to help? I don't know if you can help or not, but I'm worried that Meishu might get in trouble if the Yu family learns that she's helping me, which might affect you as well, and I don't want that to happen. Do you know of any solutions? Yuan asked her. I see. To Yuan's surprise, Meifeng actually began chuckling at his question, and he wondered if he'd said something funny. My dear young master, I have the perfect solution for that one that won't cause any trouble from Mixiu, even if the masters find out, Meifeng said a moment later. Really? Yuan reacted with excitement. What could this solution possibly be? It sounded too good to be true. Yes, I would never lie to you, young master. Anyways, the solution to all of this is to have Mixiu leave the Yu family, so even if she decides to work for you, they cannot complain about it, Meifeng said, immediately leaving Yuan speechless. Mixiu leaving the Yu family? I don't think I can be that selfish, taking Meishu away from Ru and... What about Meishu? What if she doesn't want to do that, and I won't force her either? Yuan quickly said, You don't have to worry about any of that, young master. In the first place, Meishu is trained to become your caretaker, and lastly, she has already agreed to leave the Yu family to be by your side. Meifeng finally revealed to him the situation. Wait, what? Meishu decided to leave the Yu family? What about Ru? Yuan mumbled in a shocked voice. Indeed, Meishu has already left the Yu family. I will be notifying the masters later today. As for the young lady, she also agreed with this, even urging Meishu to leave the family, Meifeng said. I don't know what to say, really? Yuan sighed, and he continued, I just don't want to burden Meishu any more than I already am. A burden, huh? Meifeng pondered for a moment before speaking again. How about this, young master? Let's ask Meishu what she thinks. Meifeng then stood up from her kneeling position and took a moment to fix her appearance before going outside to call for Meishu. Come here, Meishu. The young master would like to speak with you, Meifeng said to her, who was standing near the entrance of the apartment. Once they were inside Yuan's room together, Meifeng spoke. Meishu, the young master is worried that he might be a burden to you. Tell him the truth. Meishu nodded her head before speaking. I enjoy taking care of the young master, and I do not see the young master as a burden. There you have it, young master. Meishu herself has spoken. If you still doubt it, you're going to hurt Meishu's feelings. I see, Yuan mumbled in a somewhat dazed voice. Anyways, Meishu will no longer be part of the Yu family, and she will be your caretaker starting today, Meifeng said before turning to look at Meishu. As for school, if you wish to continue attending school, then I will try to work something out. Meishu nodded her head. Once everything was settled, Meifeng looked at her watch and said, I don't have much time left here. But before I leave, I need to make sure that you haven't forgotten your training and that you're taking care of the young master properly. Therefore, you're going to show me how you take care of the young master right now. Right now. But what am I supposed to do? The young master already ate breakfast. Meifeng stood still for a moment before moving to wipe Yuan's forehead with her finger. She then said, Look, the young master is sweating. I want you to change his clothes, and while you're at it, wash his body. Meishu's eyes widened after hearing her mother's words. While she doesn't mind changing Yuan's clothes, washing Yuan's body in front of her mother is an entirely different story, especially if the last incident were to repeat itself. Why are you hesitating? If you're not going to take care of the young master properly, I won't hesitate to replace you. Meishu swallowed nervously, but she didn't dare to refuse her mother. Therefore she could only nod her head thus. Meishu began removing Yuan's clothes, whilst Meifeng stood in the background and silently watched her every movement. This reminded Meishu of her childhood when she was still in training, and just like currently, her mother would watch her from a distance, calling out on every minor mistake she makes. Chapter 284, Does it feel good? Meishu, why are you removing the young master's clothes now? Meifeng suddenly stopped Meishu before she could even remove Yuan's shirt. Seeing Meishu's puzzled expression, Meifeng said in a strict voice, Look around. Do you see anything to carry the young master with? Or did you plan on letting the young master lie on the bed naked and wait until you're prepared? What if the young master catches a cold because of that? Meishu's eyes widened after realizing her fault, and she immediately stopped removing Yuan's clothes to prepare the wheelchair. I apologize, young master, Meishu said to him afterward. Don't worry about it, Meishu, Yuan said. However, Meifeng said, the young master may forgive you, but I won't be as forgiving as your mother and trainer. Sometime later, after she prepared the wheelchair, Meishu picked up Yuan and carefully placed him onto the wheelchair while he was fully clothed. Once Yuan was seated securely on the wheelchair, Meishu pushed him into the bathroom, where she proceeded to remove Yuan's clothes. Meifeng didn't say anything about this, but that's mostly because her attention was distracted by Yuan's refined body. How can someone who hasn't moved a muscle for so many years have such a refined body? Meifeng wondered to herself. While Meifeng stared at Yuan's naked body with a dazed look on her face, Meishu turned on the water for the showerhead and began rinsing Yuan's body once she checked the temperature. "Let me check the temperature as well," Meifeng suddenly said. Meishu nodded, handing the showerhead to her mother. After feeling the temperature of the water for a moment, Meifeng handed the showerhead back to Meishu without saying anything, which meant she has no complaints most of the time. After rinsing Yuan's body, Meishu squeezed some body wash onto a sponge and prepared to scrub Yuan's body. However, Meifeng quickly stopped her and said, "Stop right there, Meishu. What's that in your hands? A sponge?" Meishu responded in a puzzled voice. "And you plan on washing the young master's fragile body with a sponge? Use your hands," Meifeng said to her. Meishu swallowed nervously before nodding her head and tossing the sponge to the side. She began scrubbing Yuan's body with her bare hands shortly after, feeling surprised once she realized just how strong Yuan's body was. A few minutes later, after washing Yuan's body and legs, Meishu reached the area she feared the most, especially since her mother was still watching. After swallowing nervously, Meishu took a deep breath and began washing the final area with shaky hands. Of course, Meifeng didn't miss this, but she remained silent. Meifeng raised her eyebrows when a certain something on Yuan raised as well. Since he can move his limbs to a certain extent, it's safe to assume that he can feel again as well, right? Meifeng wondered to herself after seeing Yuan's wondrous reaction. "Young master, how are you feeling right now? Does it feel good?" Meifeng suddenly asked him, shocking Meishu to the point where she stopped moving to stare at her with wide eyes. "Eh? What do you mean by that, Miss Meifeng?" Yuan asked her in a genuinely puzzled voice. Meifeng narrowed her eyes and pondered. "So it's just his body's natural reaction, huh? Or maybe he just doesn't understand it. Nobody taught him about that kind of stuff, after all." "Never mind, young master. It was just a misunderstanding," Meifeng said a moment later before looking at Meishu. "Why did you stop? Hurry up and continue washing the young master, or he'll catch a cold," she continued. Meishu nodded her head with a dazed look on her face, and she continued washing Yuan's body, slow down. "What if you damage it? That area is worth more than you can possibly fathom, Meishu," Meifeng said to Meishu when she noticed Meishu's rushing movements. "I'm sorry," Meishu said. "Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the young master. I'm sorry, young master." Yuan didn't know what they were talking about or why Meishu was apologizing, so he responded casually, "Don't worry about it." After taking another minute to wash Yuan's precious area, Meishu finally rinsed his soapy body with warm water before quickly drying him off with a small towel. A few moments later they returned to Yuan's room. Meishu placed a blanket on the bed and placed Yuan on it before wiping the rest of his body. Once Yuan was fully clean and dried, Meishu helped Yuan into a new set of clothes. However, just as Meishu prepared to comb Yuan's hair with a brush, her mother interrupted and said, "I will brush the young master's hair." Meishu didn't refuse and passed the brush to her, and Meifeng began brushing Yuan's long hair gently and professionally. "Thank you, Meishu, Miss Meifeng. Words cannot describe my gratitude for your hard work," Yuan said to them afterward. "Although we appreciate your feelings, we're not doing this for your gratitude, young master," Meifeng quickly responded. "Even if that's the case, it won't change my feelings." A few more minutes later, Meifeng's phone began ringing. "It's my alarm, which means it's about time for me to leave. Although my visit today was shorter than I'd hoped, I will definitely return in the future to make sure everything is fine, young master," Meifeng said as she laid Yuan back onto the bed. "Okay." After Meifeng left the apartment and going downstairs to where her car was parked, Meifeng looked at Meishu and said, "Meishu, your dream, don't give up hope." Meishu's eyes immediately widened, and she asked in a mumbling voice, What do you mean by that, mother?" However, Meifeng dodged her question and said with a rare smile on her face, "Keep working hard and you'll definitely be rewarded in the future." And before Meishu could say anything else, Meifeng entered the car and closed the door before driving away. After standing around for a few moments, Meishu went back upstairs. "Are you ready to play with me, Meishu?" Yuan asked her after she returned. "Just a minute, young master. I promised the young lady that I'd call her when I come back so she could talk to you." Michu said to him as she retrieved her phone and called Yuru Chapter 285, phone call. Young master, Miss Meifeng is no longer here. You can call me Yuan again? Yuan said to Meixiu. Oh, right. Meixiu realized that she'd subconsciously reverted back to her old ways of addressing him after her mother's unexpected visit. After calling Yuro's cell phone, Meixiu waited for her to answer. 1.5 rings later, Yuro picked up the phone and said, Hello, Meixiu, are you back at Brother Tian's place right now? Yes, young Sister Ro, I am with him right now, Meixiu responded. Great. Can you pass the phone to him? You can even turn on the speaker. Meixiu then turned on the speaker before placing the phone a few inches beside Yuan's head. Hello, can you hear me? Yuru's voice resounded on the speaker. I can hear you, Yuru, Yuan said. Phew, it feels like forever since I last heard your voice. And I'm sorry that I didn't call you early, Brother Tian. Even though I cannot see you, the thought of calling you never entered my mind for some reason. Don't worry about it. Is Miss Meifeng still there? No, she just left. I see then I will assume that she'd already told you everything regarding Meixiu's situation. That's right, Miss Meifeng told me everything. But are you sure about this, Yuru? What about your caretaker? Will you be fine alone? Are you underestimating me, brother? Did you forget that it was me who took care of you for the last couple of years? I think I can handle myself just fine, Yuru said in a prideful voice. I guess you're right, Yuru. I'm sorry for doubting you. I just wanted to make sure. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I promised Zaya Jingyi that I will play Cultivation Online in a bit, so let's get to the topic. After taking a deep breath, Yuru said, Dr. Wang called me last night, and he said that he'll be visiting you later this afternoon. I gave him your address, so he should be there soon. Dr. Wang, I understand, Yuan said. Next, let's talk about your bank account. I have created another bank account for you in Meixiu, so you'll both have access to it. As for the account that will be selling the items, I will send the information to Meixiu after this call. Meixiu, make sure you follow the instructions? Though it's probably going to be impossible to completely hide Brother Tian's identity since he's selling a divine-grade treasure, something only player Yuan would have at this moment, especially when it's a zither and everybody knows that he'd participated in a zither competition. I understand, Meixiu said. Anyways, this is all I have for now. I'll call you tomorrow morning again, Brother Tian and Meixiu, Yuro said to them before hanging up the phone. Now, just as Yuan opened his mouth to speak, Meixiu's cell phone began ringing again. Did you forget something? Meixiu asked Yuru, who called back for some reason. Right, I almost forgot to tell you that your stuff has been packed, and it will be shipped to your place tomorrow. Bye, Yuru said before hanging up again. Anyways, what should we do now? I wanted to play with you when you returned, but Dr. Wang will be arriving soon. Yuan sighed. It's okay, Yuan. Now that I have left the Yu family and school, I can stay home all day and play whenever you want, Meixiu said to him. Eh? You don't plan on going to school? Yuan asked her in a surprised voice. I don't know yet, but I certainly don't have the funds to go to school since the Yu family won't be supporting me, once they learn of my leave. If it's money you need, once we sell the divine-ranked treasure, we should have more than enough to pay for your school, Yuan said. Money from the game? Meixiu mumbled. Don't you want to go to school, Meixiu? You'll still get to see Yuru if you do. Yuan asked her after pondering for a moment. Meixiu said, I don't really want to go to school if I'm being honest. It's a musical school filled with talented musicians, but I can't even play a single instrument, making me feel out of place. And while there are classes not related to music, I learned these things years ago when I was a child. The only reason I went to school was because of Sister Ru. If you don't want to go to school, there is really nothing I can do. Since that's the case, let's play Cultivation Online together until you find something you want to do, Yuan said to her after a moment of silence. Okay. Meixiu nodded. Half an hour later, Dr. Wang appeared before their doorsteps and knocked on the door. Oh, Meixiu, I guess this is the right place since you're here. Dr. Wang greeted her with a smile. May I come inside the apartment and see the young master? Dr. Wang then asked. Meixiu nodded. Young master, How are you feeling?" Dr. Wang asked after entering his room. "Dr. Wang, you can stop addressing me as young master now that I am no longer with the Yu family," Yuan said to him. "But I have been calling you young master for almost 10 years now. It's going to be awkward for me to suddenly change it." "I guess whatever makes you feel more comfortable," Yuan then said. "Thank you, young master. Anyways, I have heard about your situation from the young lady, and I really don't know what to say." Dr. Wang sighed, his gaze on Yuan a pitiful one. "The Yu family. What are they thinking? Disowning their own son? Not to mention the condition you're in. I have been speechless ever since I learned about it. When I told my granddaughter about it, she even bawled her eyes out for an hour straight." Dr. Wang shook his head. After all, what kind of parents would throw away their disabled son out like trash because he didn't want to work for them? Chapter 286, Minimal Price. "Don't worry, young master. Even if the Yu family abandoned you, I will never abandon my patients," Dr. Wang said in a sincere voice. "Thank you, Dr. Wang, but just your feelings are enough," Yuan said to him after hearing his words. "Young master, you do not have a choice in this. I had sworn to myself many years ago that I will never leave my patients' side until they're healed, or take their very last breath trying," Dr. Wang said in a stern voice, and he continued, "Even though I won't get a penny out of the Yu family by doing this, it has never been about the money. Your fans, we all want to see your recovery and await the day you can stand on the stage again with an instrument by your side. Of course, now that you are no longer with the Yu family, you won't need to play the instrument. However, I still hope for that day." Yuan, opened his mouth, but realized he was left speechless by Dr. Wang's words. "You don't have to say anything, young master. Furthermore, I will still do your monthly checkup at the hospital like always, and you won't have to pay a single penny for it," Dr. Wang said. "No, I cannot let you do that, Dr. Wang. I will pay you for the treatments." Yuan quickly said, "No offense, young master, but where are you going to get the fund? Unless your parents left you a fortune before disowning you, I cannot see how you'll be able to afford it." "I may not have the money now, but I will definitely have it soon." Dr. Wang raised his eyebrows after hearing Yuan's confident voice, and he said in a defeated voice, "I understand, but I won't ask you for it." Sometime later, Dr. Wang began his checkup on Yuan Young. "Master, your muscles have gotten more robust and refined since I last saw you again," Dr. Wang said to him in a voice of disbelief afterward, as he has never seen anything like this before, despite decades of experience in the field. What exactly is Yuan's body made of that allows him to grow such a refined body just from eating nothing but soup every day when even normal, functioning people would require a healthy diet and continuous exercise to maintain it, much less obtain it? Just like his unknown illness, his physique is a phenomenon of its own. After putting away his tools, Dr. Wang asked, "Young master, how has your appetite been lately? Are 3 bowls of soup enough, or do you think we should increase it?" Dr. Wang also wanted to see if increasing his food intake would help strengthen his body even more. I think I can handle 4, even 5 bowls of soup now. Meixiu, what do you think? Is that too much for you?" Yuan asked her, since she's the one who will be cooking it. "It's okay, I can handle it," Meixiu said. "Then let's try 4 bowls of soup for 1 week to see if you can handle 5, Dr. Wang said. "I understand," Yuan said. "Anyways, as always, your body is perfectly healthy, young master. But if anything ever happens, or you feel even the slightest discomfort, call my phone immediately." "I will, thank you again, Dr. Wang." Dr. Wang left the apartment shortly after. "Yuan, before we play, let me look at the information Sister Ru sent me so I know how to sell the treasure," Meixiu said to him after locking the door. "Okay, I will wait for you inside the game. You're in the backyard of my living quarters, right?" "Yes." "All right." "I'll see you inside the game," Yuan said to her before going inside the game. After helping Yuan log into the game, Meixiu went into her room and pulled out a thin laptop that she uses mostly for work. Once she found Yuru's message in the form of an email, Meixiu began reading about the website and how the place functions. The website is called So Player Auctions. The account's information is in order to sell an item once you submit your item after they confirm the item in-game. Make sure you use a VPN when you're on the website just in case people want to track you down. The bank information is Makeshu. Read through the message multiple times just in case she missed anything before going to the website SoPlayer Auctions. On the front page, after logging into a VPN and the account Yu provided for her, Makeshu clicked on the large cell that was right next to Buy and Trade, and proceeded to type the information that Yuan had given her right before entering the game. Type auction item name, frozen, jade, zither, grade, divine quality, low type of treasure, instrument, continent, eastern continent, time limit 7 days. Minimal price. Mishu stopped at the minimal price, since she was never given a number, and she pondered how much a divine grade treasure would be worth before giving up and searching the site for comparison. Of course, nobody was selling anything even close to divine grade, with the vast majority of them selling common items and spirit grade treasures. These people are selling spirit grade treasures for thousands of dollars. Makeshu's eyes widened with surprise when she saw the players asking for thousands of dollars for a single spirit grade treasure. However, even more shocking was the auction place where there were treasures being sold for tens of thousands of dollars. After looking around the website for a couple of minutes, the highest grade of treasure she could find was an Earth grade treasure that was being auctioned for a whopping $500,000, $500,000. Earth grade, according to Yuan, that's 2 grades below the divine grade. Yet it's already being sold at such an astronomical price. After pondering for some time, Makeshu finally decided on a price and typed it into the website. Minimal price, 100 million. One normally wouldn't dare to put such an astronomical number price tag, fearing that nobody would bid, but Makeshu was used to seeing big numbers from working with the Yu family. Hence why she clicked Sent for Review without hesitation. Chapter 287, Fake Request. A few seconds after Makeshu sent her auction request through the website, a staff member saw her request due to the request being tagged urgent because of the information Makeshu had put in. What do we have here? What? Divine grade treasure. The staff's initial thoughts after seeing Makeshu's auction request was that it must have been done by a troll, since nobody has sold a treasure higher than Earth grade since the game went online. However, no matter how ridiculous the request seemed, it was his job to look through it. A divine grade zither, an instrument, Eastern Continent, minimal price 100 million. The staff's eyes bulged at the ridiculous price. However, if this was truly a divine grade treasure, that amount of money would be more justified. This request is obviously a troll, yet I am somehow hesitant to decline it for some reason. The staff was feeling perplexed about this situation. This account is not only an anonymous account, but also a new one, and it's selling a divine grade treasure that no player would have at this stage of the game. No, there's actually one person who could possibly have a divine grade treasure, player Yuan. However, would he really sell his divine grade treasure so soon after getting it? Even if it's just an instrument, one wouldn't sell such a treasure unless they have something even more valuable. People say he's rich since he isn't swayed by the countless offers to reveal his identity, so he doesn't need the money. Yet here he is, selling a divine grade treasure. Yeah, right. Despite his suspicion that the request was fake, the staff didn't decline it immediately and sent a note to the anonymous requester. If you really have a divine grade treasure for sale, you wouldn't mind depositing $10,000 first as a precaution if it turns out to be fake and a waste of our time, right? Once we determine that you really have a divine grade treasure, we will not only return the $10,000, but even double it. If you don't respond within 24 hours, we will deem this request to be fake and delete it, as well as ban your account. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Makeshu received a notification just as she prepared to close her laptop. After reading the staff's note, Makeshu responded with a single word. Okay. Ding. The staff responded half a minute later with the instructions. Makeshu followed the staff's instructions and deposited $10,000 on the site without hesitation. I have confirmed your deposit. Please tell us the city closest to your location so we can estimate how long it'll take for the nearest staff member to arrive for a meeting. The staff behind the computer typed this sentence with trembling hands, since he didn't expect this supposed troll account to immediately deposit $10,000 without hesitation. Either this troll has a lot of money and is willing to spend $10,000 to waste our time, or he's the real deal. The staff swallowed nervously as he pressed enter to send the message to Michu. Ding. I will let you know the location later. Since Michu doesn't know anything about the game nor its location, she couldn't give the staff a location until she speaks with Yuan. However, the staff member responding to Michu was shaking behind the desk in nervousness. Later? Why the hell are you making me wait? He couldn't help but curse out loud, causing his coworkers to look at him. What are you shouting about? They asked him. Come, look at this. The staff pointed at his screen. The workers gathered around him and read his conversation with Michu. What, the divine-grade treasure? Is this for real? Fuck, this must either be a troll or player Yuan. If this is a troll, he's one rich troll to spend $10,000 just to waste our time, right? I was thinking the same, the staff said. But what if it's real? Then this auction will become the biggest auction on our website to date, even if we include the auctions from the old games. Too bad we won't know until he gives us a location and we meet to confirm the treasure. Should we notify the headquarters or the higher-up about this? Not until we verify the treasure, while the staff waited nervously for Mixiu to give them the location. Mixiu herself laid on the bed with the helmet on her head. However, she didn't immediately enter Cultivation Online. Instead, she laid there with a nervous expression on her face. I'm going to see Yuan, and he's going to be completely healthy inside the game. Michu swallowed nervously at this thought. After lying there for a couple of minutes, Michu pressed the power button on the side of the helmet and entered Cultivation Online. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yuan said to Feng Yuxiang the moment he entered the game, Feng, come out. I'll feed you my blood now. Feng Yuxiang immediately appeared before him with her eyes glistening with anticipation. Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and quickly slit an opening on his finger. Here, you, before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Feng Yuxiang threw herself at him and immediately began sucking his finger like she was a vampire starved of blood. Xiao Hua also appeared just in case Feng Yuxiang wouldn't be able to stop sucking Yuan's blood by herself. Ah, how refreshing. Feng Yuxiang stopped sucking a few minutes later, releasing a satisfied sigh afterward. Are you okay, young master? Should I stop now? Feng Yuxiang looked at him with her eyes glowing a beautiful golden color. I'm okay, you can drink some more. Yuan nodded. Thank you, young master. Feng Yuxiang did not hesitate to place Yuan's finger back into her mouth and continued sucking his blood. A few more minutes later, to Yuan's surprise, Feng Yuxiang's hair suddenly changed colors, turning scarlet red with a fiery feeling to it. Feng Yuxiang released Yuan's finger from her mouth after another moment, completely oblivious to the changes in her appearance. Chapter 288, Meeting Makes-You. Feng, your hair. Yuan pointed at her scarlet hair with his finger that was still wet with Feng Yuxiang's saliva. Eh? What about my hair? Feng Yuxiang looked at her hair. What? It turned red. Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a surprised voice after realizing this, almost like it was completely unexpected. Is that supposed to happen? Yuan asked her a moment later. Yes, this means your blood is really working and suppressing the curse on me. Feng Yuxiang nodded her head. What about your powers, Phoenix? Xiaohua asked her. Unfortunately, it's still completely sealed. However, I have no doubt that if I continue sucking the young master's blood, my curse will sooner or later disappear entirely. I have lived over 10,000 years like this. A few more years, even a few decades, won't affect me. Feng Yuxiang spoke with enthusiasm in her tone. Once Feng Yuxiang stopped sucking Yuan's blood for a minute, the small opening on his finger closed by itself within seconds. As for Feng Yuxiang, her golden eyes and scarlet hair also returned to normal shortly after. Oh, right, Makeshu will be joining us today, Yuan said to them. Makeshu, really? Feng Yuxiang seemed happy to see Makeshu again. Yes, she should be here any minute. Yuan suddenly stopped speaking when he noticed a familiar presence appear in his backyard out of the blue. Even though he doesn't have his divine sense activated after becoming a spirit master, he gained the ability to naturally detect others' presence as long as they were close enough and he wasn't too distracted. "I think that's her," Yuan said in an excited voice before he stood up and walked towards the backyard. Once he reached the door that led to the backyard, Yuan took a deep breath and opened the door. Meanwhile, Michu, who had just entered the game, turned around when she heard some noises coming from behind her. "You are?" Michu's eyes widened with shock when she saw the handsome young man standing at the open door a few meters away from her. Although his appearance slightly differed from his body in the real world, Michu could instantly tell that she was looking at Yuan at glance. Even though it has been at least a decade since she last saw him in such a perfect and healthy appearance, Michu would never forget Yuan's lively face and unique charisma, especially his clear eyes that radiated with innocence. Meanwhile, in Yuan's eyes, other than her maid uniform and height, Michu looked almost no different from how he remembered her. Long, silky black hair, a neatly cut and even bang, crystal-clear black eyes, and her unique characteristic, a naturally bored-looking face. Of course, she was much taller than the child from back then, not to mention her beautiful face that would not lose to even the top beauties in the Dragon Essence Temple, such as Xuan Wuhan or Fei Yuyan, perhaps even beating them in certain criteria. "Yuyan?" Michu mumbled his name in a dazed voice. "It's been a while, Michu. You're even taller than Yuru now." Yuan slowly approached her with a handsome smile on his face, almost as though she didn't know what to do or how to react. Michu remained standing there like a frozen statue until Yuan was practically standing in front of her. "I have always wanted to do this." Yuan suddenly opened his arms wide and embraced Michu before speaking in a gentle voice. "Thank you, Michu, for taking care of Yuru and me for all these years." Yuan, two streams of glistening tears suddenly appeared on Michu's beautiful face, quickly staining Yuan's shoulders. Michu slowly lifted her arms a moment later before returning Yuan's hug, yet she didn't say anything, only embracing Yuan in silence. "They seem very close with each other." Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a mosquito-like voice as she peeked her head from inside the house and watched them hug each other. Xiaohua also did the same without moving her mouth, watching their reunion in silence. Some time later, Yuan removed his arms from her and stepped back. "Michu, let me introduce you to my friends first," Yuan said to her before turning around to look at the open door. "Xiaohua, Feng, come here," he said to them. A few moments later, the two of them left the house and stood beside Yuan. "You already know her, but this is Feng Yuxiang, also known as Feng, and she's a phoenix." Yuan pointed to Feng and said. He then pointed to Xiaohua and said, "This is Xiaohua, my first friend in this world, and she's like another little sister to me." Xiaohua nodded her head at Michu after the introduction. "Now let me introduce you to Michu," Yuan said, and he continued, "Xiaohua, Feng, this is Michu, who is like a family member to me since we've always been near each other since childhood. And just like Yuru, she has helped me tremendously throughout the years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration even if I said that I wouldn't be alive now if it were not for the two of them and their support for me. Alongside Yuru, she's one of the most important people in my life. I've said this before, but any friends of the young master are also a friend of mine. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to come to me for help." Feng Yuxiang said to Michu. "Xiaohua, too." "It's nice to meet all of you." Michu nodded. And then she focused her gaze on Yuan. "Especially you, Yuan." A rare smile appeared on Michu's face as she stared at his handsome face. Some time later, they returned to the house and took a seat on the couches in the living room. "Let me brew some tea for us," Feng Yuxiang said to them before going to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yuan began telling Michu about his experience in cultivation, starting from the beginning when he first met with Xiaohua to how he got this point, Chapter 289, Long Chen City. So, during the inner court disciple examination, "I fought the Jade Frog for the second time, and young master, I'm back with the tea." Feng Yuxiang returned to the living room an hour after she left to make tea. But since Yuan was too absorbed in telling Mei Shu his experience with the game, he didn't notice how much time had passed. It was the same for Mei Shu, who was simply too absorbed in Yuan's story and his liveliness that made her forget about the passage of time. "Thank you, Feng Feng," Yuan said to her as she poured the tea for them. What kind of tea is this? It's all red," Yuan asked her after picking up the teacup and noticing the red water that resembled watered-down blood. "It's tea made from a valuable type of herb that can boost one's mental strength. People call it crimson lotus tea," Feng Yusheng said. Yuan proceeded to take a sip of this crimson lotus tea after blowing it a few times. "Oh, it's sweet," Yuan mumbled in a surprised voice afterward, and he chugged the entire cup a moment later. Ding! "You have gained the following effect from consuming crimson lotus tea. Mental strength plus 1,500 makes you. Also gained the same stats after drinking the tea." "Feng Feng, I drank a tea called Phoenix Blossom Tea before, and it increased my soul strength. Is there a limit to how much benefit one can obtain from drinking tea or consuming treasures in general?" Yuan asked her afterward. Feng Yuxiang nodded. "Of course there is a limit, young master. If one can obtain strength from drinking the same tea every day, there wouldn't be so many cultivators risking their lives in the cultivation world. When it comes to treasures that can be consumed, especially teas, there is a limit to how much benefit one can gain before their body stops benefiting from that specific treasure, no matter how much more they consume. Most treasures will only work once before one can no longer benefit from them. As for treasures that can benefit you multiple times, they are too few and far between," Feng Yusheng explained to him. "I see," Yuan mumbled. "Anyways, I would still drink this tea even if I don't gain anything from it." Yuan extended his cup and continued, "Can I get another cup?" "Of course you can." Feng Yusheng poured him another cup. Some time later, Meixiu said, "Yuan, I have created an auction request for the frozen jade zither, but it still needs to be verified. The staff asked me to give them my closest city so they can meet up and look at the treasure." Yuan nodded and turned to ask Feng Yuxiang, "Where's the nearest city?" That would be Long Chen City, which was obviously named after the Dragon Essence Temple's founder, and it's about 20 miles from this place. Feng Yuxiang said, "I see, since there's still some time left before the Mystic Realm. Let's try to sell the treasure," Yuan said to Meixiu. "Wait a second, young master. What are you trying to sell? The frozen jade, zither?" Feng Yuxiang asked him. Yuan nodded. "That's right. I don't really have a need for it since I already have the soul-ensnaring zither. Why? Do you need money for something?" "Yes." "If you want, I can give you some," Feng Yuxiang said, even reaching for her spatial ring. "It's fine, Feng Feng. I can just sell the zither. And you should already know by now that I don't like having everything handed to me without giving any effort myself." "I understand." Feng Yuxiang nodded in a somewhat dejected manner. "I need to let the seniors know that I'll be leaving the sect before I actually leave." A few moments later, Yuan called Elder Xuan with his communication jade slip. "Hello, Disciple Yuan." "Senior Xuan, I would like to leave the sect for a bit." "Leaving the sect? Where are you going?" "The Mystic Realm is just 3 days away. I have some business at Long Chen City with my friend. It shouldn't take long. Probably a couple of hours." "Oh, if it's just Long Chen City, go ahead. I would accompany you, but I am extremely busy right now, and the other elders as well, so you'll have to go alone. The Dragon Essence Temple is also closely associated with Long Chen City, so there shouldn't be any problems if you go there, especially if you're wearing the sect's uniform. However, if anything happens, don't be afraid to use the life-saving treasures we gave you," Elder Xuan said to him. "I understand. Thank you, Senior Xuan. Stay safe." After hanging up, Yuan said to Meixiu, "You can tell them to meet us in Long Chen City." Meixiu nodded her head before logging off and going to her laptop. Long Chen City. Ding! A response quickly returned 10 seconds later. "We can be at the northern gates within half an hour. Are you able to make it there within that time?" "Yes." "Then we will see you there in half an hour. I'm going online to meet the client, the staff said after closing the chat. Do you want us to come with you just in case? No, I can do this by myself. I'm not going to let you guys take my credits. Ha ha ha, I bet you it's going to be a troll anyways. You can keep the credits. If you meet player Yuan, don't forget to ask for his autograph. Ha ha ha. Despite his co-workers laughing at him, the man who accepted Makeshu's auction request went to the gaming room that was located at the same building he worked at. Luckily for me, I didn't leave Long Chen City after failing to learn more about player Yuan at the Dragon Essence Temple. The man sighed to himself before lying on one of the 10 available beds there and wearing the helmet on his head. Let's hope this won't be a waste of time, he sighed before pressing the power button and entering the game. Chapter 290, Verifying the Treasure. After returning to the game, Michu told Yuan about the situation. The northern entrance at Long Chen City in 30 minutes. Huh? We can arrive in a few minutes if we fly there. Yuan nodded. However, since we're going to be meeting with a player, we should hide our identities. Yuan turned to look at Xiaohua and asked her, Xiaohua, do you have another mask, like the black jade mask, to give to Mixiu? Xiaohua shook her head. If you need a mask, I have one, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. Really? Do you think we can borrow it for now? Feng Yuxiang nodded and pulled out a red mask from her spatial ring a moment later. Unlike the black jade mask that was large enough to cover one's face, this mask only covered the upper half of one's face, leaving the chin and mouth exposed. Furthermore, it was red in color with some gold outlines. You can keep it. I tried selling it years ago, but eventually gave up, and tossed it with the other things I couldn't sell. Feng Yuxiang handed it to Mixiu in a casual manner. Crimson mask grade, spirit quality, high mental strength required 1,000 description, a beautiful red mask that increases your mental defense by 2,000. Thank you, Feng Feng. Mixiu accepted the mask. Even though it's a treasure and you don't have any cultivation, you should be able to wear it after consuming the Crimson Lotus tea. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued. Speaking of your cultivation, do you intend on staying as immortal forever? Or are you going to start cultivating soon? Mixiu turned to look at Yuan for help, since she didn't know anything about cultivators. I think you should become a cultivator, Mixiu. This way you can protect yourself in this world that's full of unreasonable people, Yuan said to her. I will protect you whenever we're together, but there may be times when we're separated. Mixiu nodded. Okay, I will become a cultivator. A few moments later, Yuan retrieved the flying sword and said to Mixiu, I can carry you? Eh? Mixiu's eyes widened after hearing Yuan's words. He wants to carry her. Ahem. Feng Yuxiang suddenly cleared her throat before speaking. If you want, I can carry you instead. Mixiu nodded and said to Yuan in a somewhat bashful voice, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm ready to be carried by you yet. Yuan didn't understand what she meant by that, but nodded his head regardless. Okay, I'll leave Mixiu to you, Feng Feng. Sometime later, Yuan jumped on the flying sword and flew towards the sky with Xiaohua. Feng Yuxiang followed them after carrying Mixiu like before. Xiaohua, you mentioned that some people are able to fly before Spirit Grand Master. Do you think I can learn to fly now that I am a Spirit Master? Yuan asked her while they flew toward Long Chen City slowly. In order to fly, Brother Yuan must learn Qi manifestation to a certain extent, where you release the spiritual energy inside your Dantian outside and control the gravity around you. How does one learn Qi manifestation? Is there a technique for it? Yuan asked. No, Qi manifestation is something one must learn by themselves. I see, I will try it later. Yuan nodded. Yuan and the others descended from the sky a few minutes later, once they could see Long Chen City in the distance. Once they returned to the ground, they walked a few hundred meters until they could see the entrance to the city. This is the northern entrance, right? Yuan asked Feng Yuxiang. That's correct. Thus, they began waiting for the staff member from the auction site. Xiaohua, Feng Feng, can you hide for now? There's a chance the players can use you to identify us, Mixiu suddenly said to them. Oh, Mixiu's right. We're trying to hide our identity. Yuan agreed with Mixiu. Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang nodded their heads and disappeared by returning to Yuan's body. Wow, Makeshu mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing this scene. About 10 minutes later, they could see a skinny man in his late 20s, wearing plain clothes, approaching them with a nervous smile on his face. "Hello, I am a staff member at Suo Player Auctions. Are you the one selling the frozen jade zither?" the staff said in a nervous voice, mostly because of the invisible but powerful aura coming from Yuan, who stood there menacingly in the staff's eyes. A black mask? Could it really be? Player Yuan, the staff swallowed nervously at this thought. "We are," Makeshu said. "Hello, esteemed guests. You can call me Li, and I am here to verify the frozen jade zither's legitimacy before we begin the auction." "How are you going to verify the treasure?" Makeshu then asked. "I just need to verify the grade of the treasure. However, before we do that, let's go somewhere more private. There are too many people around here." Yuan and Makeshu then followed this person named Li into the woodland behind them. A few minutes later, they stopped. "Now, if you could, please take out the frozen jade zither. I just need to verify the grade and quality to make sure it's real. Also, you can rest assured that I won't touch the treasure until we officially begin the auction with your approval," said Li. Makeshu turned to look at Yuan, since he was the one who had the treasure. After nodding his head, Yuan retrieved the frozen jade zither from his spatial ring and held it in front of Li. Li felt the chills throughout his body the moment the frozen jade zither appeared, and the atmosphere in that area also became colder. Li narrowed his eyes at the zither. Frozen jade, zither, grade, divine quality, low mental strength requirement, 35,000. Soul strength requirement, 50,000. Description can create music notes that will freeze one's heart and soul. Real, it's really a divine grade treasure. Li subconsciously took a few steps with a shocked expression on his face after seeing the zither's stats. Chapter 291. The treasure is real. It's real. Since this divine grade treasure is real, there's a very good chance this person in the black mask is. Li turned to look at Yuan with a shocked face, looking like he'd just received a revelation. "Have you verified it?" Makeshu suddenly asked him. Yes, I have. Thank you very much," Li quickly responded in a startled manner. "What should we do from this point?" Makeshu then asked. Li swallowed heavily and took a deep breath to calm himself down before speaking. "Before we continue, I have a few questions for you. The questions, of course, are optional, so you don't have to answer them if you don't want to. However, it would be in your and the bidder's best interest that they have more information on the treasure." Makeshu nodded her head. "Ahem. First and foremost, where did you obtain this treasure? A brief background is fine as well," Li then asked. "It was obtained from an event," Yuan responded. What a young voice. Could player Yuan be a youngster? Li cried inwardly after hearing Yuan's voice. Li swallowed nervously and continued to ask, If you don't mind me asking, was it obtained from the zither competition that occurred recently?" Li really wanted to straight out ask Yuan if he was really player Yuan, but due to their anonymous account, such a question would break the terms of service, as anonymous accounts are called anonymous for a reason. With that being said, as long as he doesn't ask questions that directly ask for their identity, it would be fine. Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but Makeshu quickly interrupted. "You may move on to the next question." Li nodded and immediately asked the next question without any complaints. "Then let's continue to the auction itself. You requested for the minimum bid to start at $100 million. Is that correct?" "Yes," Makeshu said. "The time limit for the auction will be 7 days. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Do you have any special requests for the auction?" "No." "Do you accept trades, or do you want money only?" "Money only." Makeshu answered Li's questions as straightforwardly as possible. "Thank you. Now, allow me to explain to you how the auction will proceed, since this appears to be your first time working with us," Li said, and he continued. "Once we get your approval and receive the treasure, we will immediately begin the auction. There is normally a line based on a first-come, first-serve rule, but we will make an exception this time and give your treasure priority due to its value. At the end of the auction, the highest bidder will pay the money to the website. which will be transferred to your account after deducting the service fees, which is 10% of the total amount. Once we transfer the money to your account, we will hand over the treasure to the buyer. Do you have any questions so far?" Meishu pondered for a moment before speaking. "Are there any assurances for us? What if you take the treasure and run with it?" "I understand your worries, esteemed guest, and while I personally don't have anything to reassure you, I do hope the website's reputation that has been built upon decades of trust will reassure you to some extent. Our website, CoPlayer Auctions, has over 10 million successful transactions since its foundation, with millions of dollars transferred every day. In total, our website has earned tens of billions of dollars for the players. Furthermore, all of this was done without a single fraud transaction. While we have been accused of stealing before by people for clout and money, plenty of times at that, we've been proven innocent for every single case." Lee explained their website's history and its trustworthiness. "If that's not enough to convince you to trust us, we will even deposit the requested minimal amount, $100 million, into your account temporarily. Of course, you won't be able to withdraw it until after the bid. What do you think?" After pondering for a moment, Meishu nodded. "Okay. Great. Can you give me about 15 minutes to prepare things? I will log off and approve of the auction as well as notify the higher management so they can transfer the money to your account. Once that's done, I will return for the treasure." "Okay. Thank you." Lee logged off a few seconds later. Yuan and Meishu also logged off shortly after. Meanwhile, after logging off, Lee removed the console from his head before rushing out of the room with an ecstatic look on his face. "It's real! It's real! It's really real! Ha ha ha!" Lee laughed out loud as he ran in the hallways, quickly returning to his workroom. Bang! Lee opened the door with force and shouted loudly, "It's real! The treasure is real! I verified it! It's really a divine-grade treasure! And the person selling it was most likely Player Yuan." Everybody in the room stopped whatever they were doing and turned to look at him with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Wait a second, are you serious? The auction request is real?" one of Lee's co-workers asked him in a trembling voice. "Yes, I will explain it later since I need to call upper management ASAP." Lee immediately went to pick up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Lee. My staff code is 19X6SE. This call is regarding one of the auction requests I had received recently." Lee proceeded to explain to the upper management about the frozen jade zither, which immediately caused a stir within the upper management. "Are you sure? That player Yuan might be selling his divine-grade treasure." "Yes, I am fairly certain that was player Yuan. His appearance and black mask matched the descriptions from those who saw him at the zither competition," Lee said with confidence in his voice. "This is huge news, and this auction, we're going to make sure the entire world knows of it. Don't mess this up, Lee. Your head is on the line here. Yes, sir," Lee said before hanging up and going to his computer to speak with Meishu through the website Chapter 292, announcing the auction to the world. "Hello, this is Lee. I have just spoken with the upper management, and they have agreed to proceed with the auction. $100 million should be deposited into your account within the next few minutes." After sitting in front of her laptop for a couple of minutes after she logged off from Cultivation Online, Meishu received this message from Lee on CoPlayer Auctions. And just like Lee had promised, $100 million was added to her account's wallet. "I have received the money," Meishu typed. "Great. Then we may proceed with the auction. Once again, the bid will last for 7 days, and you will receive the money within 48 hours after the auction, with the service fees already deducted, which is 10% of the total amount." "I understand." "Then I will meet you inside the game in 5 minutes to retrieve the treasure from you." "Okay." After her message, Meishu went to explain to Yuan the situation. "They have deposited $100 million into our account, but we cannot withdraw it until after the auction." "That's fine." They returned to Cultivation Online a few minutes later and waited for Lee to log in, once Lee also returned to the game. Yuan handed the frozen jade zither to Lee, who immediately tossed it inside his spatial ring. Even though spatial rings are expensive, every staff member working for the website was given one so that they can safely secure the treasures given to them. "Thank you for trusting us. We will not disappoint you. The auction will begin tomorrow after we advertise the auction to the world," said Li to them before logging off the game. "What should we do now, Mishu?" asked Yuan afterward. "Want to hang out at Longchen City for the rest of the day? We can eat food and look at stores together. Perhaps we can even look for a cultivation technique for you," Yuan said. "Eat food and look at stores?" Mishu mumbled. "Isn't this basically a date?" she wondered inwardly. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "But I already have a cultivation technique. It was given to me when I first started." "Oh, the basic cultivation technique? I have it as well, but I never used it since I have a better one. And if you have a better cultivation technique, you will be able to cultivate faster," Yuan said. "I understand," Mishu nodded. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded. "I would give you a cultivation technique, but I don't have any, and as a divine beast, we don't really need any cultivation techniques since we absorb the spiritual energy in the air naturally. Of course, having one would help, but it won't help me since I cannot increase my cultivation base because of the curse." "Xiaohua, what about our cultivation technique? Do you think Meixiu can learn it as well?" Yuan then asked her. "If Sister Meixiu agrees to help Xiaohua with her legacy," she replied. "What do you think, Meixiu?" Yuan then asked her. "Okay," Meixiu nodded. "Great, thank you, Xiaohua." Sometime later, Yuan and Meixiu made their way towards Longchen City, and since Yuan was wearing his inner court uniform, the guards allowed them to enter the city without paying any fees, even greeting them with respect. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the world was taken by surprise when CO Player Auctions, the leading market for Cultivation Online, announced their latest high-profile auction. "What? There's going to be a divine-grade treasure being auctioned off later? Impossible! It's real! The website made an official announcement just a few minutes ago. They have also verified the treasure. Heavens! Who could possibly sell a divine-grade treasure at this stage of the game, much less have one?" "I can only think of player Yuan when it comes to having divine-grade treasures. Could this treasure be one of player Yuan's treasures?" "That's very likely." But the website didn't mention player Yuan's name, which is odd considering that it would definitely bring more attention to the auction if they attached his name to the auction. Who knows, really? We can only wait for more information about this auction. While the news spread from the people's mouth, it was also mentioned on the news and the internet, especially player Yuan's dedicated forums, which blew up with speculations regarding this auction being related to player Yuan. Player Yuan might have auctioned off his divine-grade treasure. There's a high possibility that this treasure belongs to player Yuan. The auction will start at a whopping $100 million, becoming one of the most expensive auctions right off the bat. While the internet raged with excitement, the legacy and wealthy families out there began preparing their money for the treasure. What a damn pity this divine-grade treasure is only an instrument. If it was a sword or any other weapon, I wouldn't be so hesitant about joining the auction. Then should we ignore this auction? No, let's still try to buy it. Who knows when such an opportunity might arrive again. However, we won't go all out. Many people had the same sentiment towards this auction since the divine-grade treasure was only an instrument and not an actual weapon. However, not every family had the same opinion. In fact, it was the complete opposite for wealthy families with a musical background. In their eyes, the zither, one of the most popular instruments ever since player Yuan's debut at the zither competition, was akin to the Holy Grail, something they must get their hands on. Thus, it was a chaotic scene across the world for most musical families and companies. Meanwhile, at the Yu family, Tang Li slammed the table with an excited expression on her face after hearing about the auction, and she said, "We must get our hands on this divine-grade zither." Yu Yang nodded his head in agreement and said, "Not only will this benefit our players, since most of them use the zither, but we might even get to know this player Yuan's identity if we manage to buy it. I will call our accountants right now. We can't let the other families get their hands on this treasure." Tang Li immediately pulled out her cell phone and began calling people, Chapter 293. We should do this more often. After speaking with a dozen accountants, Tang Li closed her phone and said to Yu Yong, "We're ready to bid whenever the auction begins." "Good. This is going to be a fierce fight." The other families won't let us obtain the zither easily, since whichever family gets it will have a massive advantage over the other families. Yu Young nodded. Meanwhile, similar situations played out in the other musical families. We must get our hands on this frozen jade zither. We cannot let the Yu family get it, or our current advantage will instantly disappear. The Yu family may be rich, but their resources are not unlimited, especially not after what happened to their golden goose. Wealthy families around the world prepared their bank for the upcoming auction, whilst the common folks waited for the spectacle. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online and the Dragon Essence Temple, Elder Shan knocked on Fei Yuyan's doors. "Master, do you need something?" Fei Yuyan greeted her at the door, but she found it unusual that Elder Shan would visit her unannounced. "Here, Disciple Yuan asked me to give this to you." Elder Shan extended her hand with a scroll in her grasp. "What's this?" Fei Yuyan raised her eyebrows as she accepted the scroll. "It's the divine rank technique the two of you had obtained at the zither competition." "Apparently, he's done with it," Elder Shan explained. "Wait, he's done with it already. How long has it been since the competition? A week." Feng Yusheng mumbled in a dazed voice. "He handed it to me a couple of days ago, so it actually took him much shorter than that. Unbelievable. I cannot imagine learning a divine rank technique in such a short time. His comprehension abilities are simply godlike." Fei Yuyan sighed in a defeated voice, realizing that she will never be at Yuan's level. "By the way, the last spot for the mystic realm, it's Disciple Yuan, isn't it?" Fei Yuyan suddenly asked. "Is it that obvious?" Elder Shan smiled. "Of course," she nodded. "Don't tell anybody about this, though. The core disciples won't be happy if they learn that an inner core disciple had taken their spot, a new disciple who recently joined at that," Elder Shan said. "Don't worry, Master, I won't tell anybody," Fei Yuyan promised. "Anyways, good luck with the technique. I've got a few more things to do before the mystic realm." "Thank you, Master." "Don't thank me. Thank Disciple Yuan the next time you see him. Maybe even a kiss," Elder Shan chuckled. Master, don't make such jokes. It's not funny. We, the two of us, live in different worlds. I don't qualify to be with someone like him." Fei Yuyan sighed in a dejected manner. Elder Shan didn't expect Fei Yuyan to respond so seriously. Leaving her speechless, after a moment of awkward silence, Elder Shan said, "If you really like him, I don't think it's impossible. You never know. He might even make you his Tao companion." "Tao companion?" Fei Yuyan stared at Elder Shan with wide eyes filled with surprise. "Don't underestimate yourself, Disciple Fei. You're one of the 3 graceful fairies. Have some more confidence in yourself, and if you don't ask him, how else are you going to find out?" "I see. Thank you, Master, for your advice." Fei Yuyan nodded. Sometime later, Elder Shan left Fei Yuyan's living quarters. "Disciple romance, huh? If only there was someone like Disciple Yuan during my disciple days." Elder Shan returned home with a solemn look on her face. Meanwhile, in Longchen City, Yuan and Meixiu walked side by side as they strolled through the city. "Senior Disciple, how about some chicken skewers? It's on me," a middle-aged man working by the streets suddenly called out to Disciple Yuan, offering them free food. Yuan immediately nodded. "Thank you. This is the least I can do for the Dragon Essence Temple that has helped our community a lot." The worker laughed as he handed Yuan 2 sticks of chicken skewers. "Here you go." Yuan handed the other chicken skewer to Meixiu. "Thank you." Meixiu accepted the chicken skewer. After eating the skewer, Yuan sighed. "That chicken skewer made me even more hungry. Do you want to sit down and eat some food?" "Whatever you want to do," Meixiu responded. Yuan nodded and took her to a random restaurant where they spent the next hour sitting down and eating food inside the restaurant. Yuan displayed his amazing eating abilities to Meixiu, who was only slightly surprised by his eating habits. The food in this game? The taste is too realistic. Meixiu was more shocked by how well her taste buds worked inside the game, almost like she was eating real food. "Right. This is actually my favorite part about Cultivation Online. I'm only limited to soup outside, but in this world I can eat whatever I want," Yuan said with a bright smile on his face. After they finished eating, and Yuan paid the tab, which was given a discount because of his status as an inner court disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple, Yuan and Meixiu continued to wander the city until they eventually found something that would pique their interest and cause them to stop momentarily, almost like two lovers on a date. As the sky grew darker, Yuan and Meixiu left the city and flew back to the Dragon Essence Temple with the help of Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang. "I had fun today, Meixiu. We should definitely do this more often, just spending our days leisurely," Yuan said to her after they returned to his backyard. Meixiu nodded with a slightly rosy face that was hidden by the darkness outside. "I had fun too. Anyways, before we log off for the night, let's see if Meixiu can learn Heaven's secret art," Yuan said to Xiaohua once they went back into the house. "Okay." Xiaohua nodded her small head before taking out her book. After giving Meixiu some instructions, Yuan sat down in the lotus position with Meixiu sitting right beside him. However, before she started, Xiaohua said, "By the way, Sister Meixiu, are you sure you're willing to help Xiaohua with her legacy? Xiaohua can only teach you the technique if you agree." Although she didn't know anything about Xiaohua's legacy, Meixiu nodded her head. A few moments later, Xiaohua began reading her book, quickly filling the room with incomprehensible words, almost like she was mumbling gibberish. Chapter 294, Frozen Jade Zither Auction. An hour after Xiaohua started reading her book, she suddenly closed it and stopped reciting the technique. "What do you think, Meixiu?" Yuan asked her afterward. Meixiu shook her head and said, "I didn't understand a thing." "That's completely expected, since it normally takes months, even years, to learn a cultivation technique at this level. That is, unless you're Brother Yuan, of course," Xiaohua said. And she continued, "Although Xiaohua appreciates Sister Meixiu for agreeing to help Xiaohua with her legacy, Xiaohua thinks you should find a more suitable cultivation technique." "Eh? Shouldn't you give Meixiu some more time to learn the technique?" "I think it's still too early for her to give up," Yuan said. However, Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Xiaohua can tell, unlike Brother Yuan, Sister Meixiu was unable to remain focused the entire time. Even if she cannot learn the technique in a few hours like Brother Yuan, she should at least have the ability to remain focused. When one cannot remain focused during a certain cultivation technique, it usually means they are not suited for the cultivation technique, so they won't learn it no matter how long they study it." Feng Yuxiang suddenly jumped in. "I also tried to learn the technique, but was unable to focus even slightly, so I gave up after a few minutes." Feng Yuxiang shrugged. "That's because you're a divine beast. Only human cultivators are able to learn Xiaohua's technique," she said. "What kind of cultivation is it, anyway? I'm kind of interested." Feng Yuxiang said, however. Xiaohua shook her head and said, "It's a secret." "Sorry, Meixiu, but I guess you can only cultivate the basic cultivation technique for now until we find you a more suitable cultivation technique," Yuan said to Meixiu. "I don't mind," she said in a calm voice. Sometime later, Yuan and Meixiu logged off the game. After logging off, Meixiu went to cook dinner while Yuan cultivated in his room. Once dinner was served, Meixiu went to sleep. As for Yuan, he spent the entire night cultivating like usual. The following morning, after breakfast, Meixiu took her laptop to Yuan's room and said, "The auction will start in a few minutes." "How much do you think we'll be able to sell the frozen jade zither for?" Yuan asked her. "Who knows, but it should be more than enough to support us for a very long time," Meixiu said as she pulled up the website. The first thing that popped up when she entered the website was the words Divine Grade Treasure Auction. Upon clicking this pop-up, she was immediately taken to the auction. Frozen Jade Zither Grade Divine Quality. Low type of treasure. Instrument requirements 35,000. Mental strength 50,000. Soul strength description. Obtained from an event. Time limit 7 days. Starting price 100,000. Minimal bid 100,000. Time until auction starts 1439. Current bidders 150,000. 241,777. Wow, there are over 150 million people on this page as of this moment. Meixiu mumbled as she watched the number increase by thousands with every passing second. However, despite the massive amount of bidders there, The majority of them were only there to spectate the real bidders fight each other for the first divine-grade treasure ever being sold. Meanwhile, across the world, news outlets and online streamers were all focused on the auction. As the timer approached 0, the anticipation from people around the world only heightened. By the time there was only 1 minute left, the auction had amassed a grand total of 300 million bidders, breaking the website's record by 10 folds, and this number would only increase 004, 003, 002, 001, 00 auction begins. The second the auction started, the 100 million starting price suddenly jumped up by a massive $10 million. Ling family has bid 110 million kabla. However, not even 10 seconds later, the number jumped again. Anonymous has bid 125 million. The number continued to grow with every passing minute, and in just 10 short minutes, the price for the frozen jade zither had reached $200 million. Yu family has bid 200 million. Furthermore, in order to bid in an auction, one must actually have the funds available and ready in their account. The explosive increase shocked the majority of the spectators, but in the eyes of these wealthy families, the fight was just beginning. The website reached a peak of 500 million bidders an hour after the auction started, slowly decreasing once the bidding also slowed down. Lotus family has bid 258,500,000. Dreamslayer has bid 260 million. Anonymous has bid 260,500,000. It's already at 260 million. Yuan makes you, said to him in a calm voice. While the number may seem astronomical to the average person in Mixu's eyes who has seen larger numbers, she didn't show too much reaction to it. As for Yuan, who used to earn similar numbers in a month from playing professionally, also didn't show much excitement when he heard the amount. In his mind, he only needed enough money to support himself, and Mixu I see anyways. There are still 7 days. Let's leave it for now, Yuan said. Okay. After closing her laptop, Mixu helped Yuan enter the game before she went to her own room and entered the game herself. Inside the game, Yuan said to Mixu, I will be participating in the mystic realm in a few days, but we will be leaving the sect sometime today. Do you want to come with me? Mixu nodded. Yes. After all, if she's not with Yuan, she has nowhere else to go, nor was there anything for her to do. Sometime later, Yuan could feel the communication jade slip in his pocket tremble. Disciple Yuan, please come to the sect master's headquarters. We're going to be leaving the sect in an hour, Elder Xuan's voice resounded from the jade slip. Okay, Yuan replied before leaving his living quarters with Mixu shortly after Chapter 295, Tao Companion. Yuan, should I wear my mask as well? Mixu asked him before leaving the house. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Let's wear our mask just in case. Yuan nodded as he wore the black jade mask. Meixu followed and wore her crimson mask before following Yuan outside. Disciple Yuan, where are you going, and who's that beside you? She doesn't look like a disciple. Min Li noticed them and called out to him from her windows. Good morning, Disciple Min. I'm heading to the sect master's headquarters right now, said Yuan. Sect master's headquarters? Did you do something again? Most disciples go there only when they're in trouble with the sect master, Min Li said in a slightly worried voice. Ha. No, I am not in trouble. I'm meeting with Elder Xuan there since we're about to leave the sect for the mystic realm. Wait a second, the mystic realm? Don't tell me you're going to participate in it? Min Li stared at him with wide eyes, but after she recalled his talents, her shock almost instantly disappeared. That's right. Yuan nodded. I see. Well, good luck, I guess. Min Li was speechless. Oh, and this is my friend, Mixu. See you later, Disciple Min. Yuan left the place shortly after, leaving Min Li standing by the window with a dazed look on her face. That was Min Li, my neighbor, and a fellow disciple. She's from a really powerful and influential family from what I heard. Yuan introduced her to Mixu after they left. Sometime later, they arrived at the sect master's headquarters. Knock, knock. Yuan knocked on the door loudly after arriving at the doorstep. "It's me, disciple Yuan." The door opened a few moments later, and Elder Xuan appeared before them. "Welcome, disciple Yuan." Elder Xuan stopped speaking when he noticed Michu standing beside him. "Who's this?" he then asked. "This is my friend, Michu. I hope you don't mind her tagging along with us." Yuan said to him. "Your friend?" Elder Xuan raised his eyebrows. He then said, "Let's assemble with the others for now. We'll see what the sect master has to say about this." Yuan and Michu followed Elder Xuan inside the building to meet with Long Yijun, the high-ranking sect elders, as well as the participants. "We've been waiting for you, disciple, Yuan." Who's that?" Long Yijun asked the moment he noticed the person with a feminine figure standing next to Yuan. "This is my friend, Michu, and I'd like to bring her with me," Yuan said. "Your friend?" Everyone in the room turned to look at Michu with raised eyebrows. "You say she's your friend? But she's actually your Tao companion or something, right?" Elder Shan chuckled after a moment of silence. "Tao companion? What's that?" Yuan asked in a puzzled voice, forgetting that he'd heard this term before. "You don't know? A Tao companion is someone who has sworn to follow you for the rest of their lives," Elder Shan explained. And before Yuan could even say anything, Michu opened her mouth and said in a calm voice, "I guess you can call me his Tao companion." "Eh?" All of the eyes on her widened with shock and surprise. Yuan's Tao companion. But they couldn't sense any cultivation from her. In other words, she was a mortal. How could a mere mortal be the Tao companion of a heaven-defying genius like Yuan? Are you really his Tao companion? You're not joking with us here, right?" Elder Shan asked her in a trembling voice, since she personally couldn't believe it. Michu nodded her head and spoke in a serious voice. "I have promised to follow and serve Yuan for the rest of my life." Unbeknownst to the people in the room, Michu was talking about their relationship in the real world. Of course, Michu herself has never heard of the term Tao companion until today, and misunderstood its meaning after hearing Elder Shan's poor explanation. "I see if you make it sound like that. I guess you can call her my Tao companion." Yuan also agreed, following Michu's misunderstanding. Elder Shan's jaw dropped to the floor after hearing Yuan's confirmation. After a moment of awkward silence, Long Yijun cleared his throat before speaking. "Since she's your Tao companion, I guess she can tag along?" "Thank you." Sect Master Yuan nodded, completely oblivious to the misunderstanding that had been created from this situation. "Looks like someone had beat you to the punch. Disciple Fei." Elder Shan sighed inwardly, feeling a little pity for Fei Yuyan. Elder Xuan also had similar thoughts, but he was thinking about his granddaughter, Xuan Wuhan, instead. "Anyways, now that everyone is here, we can start making our way to the mystic realm," Long Yijun said. Disciple Yuan and his Tao companion, Disciple Gao, Disciple Sui, Elder Xuan, Elder Shan, Elder Dai, and myself will be going to the mystic realm, while everyone else will remain here to take care of the sect while we're gone. Long Yijun then turned to look at Elder Bai and said, "I'll leave you in charge until we return, Elder Bai. I will protect the sect with my life on the line. Sect Master." Elder Bai nodded with a serious look on his face. Some time later, everyone that was going to the mystic realm gathered outside. Once they were outside, the sect elders retrieved their flying treasures. Elder Shan summoned her boat, and Elder Xuan summoned his cloud treasure. "Come over here, Disciple Yuan." Elder Shan patted her flying treasure. Yuan didn't say anything and entered the boat, followed by Mike Siu. "The two of you can ride with me." Elder Xuan said to Gao Dongya and Shui Jie. A few moments later, once everyone was on a flying treasure, they took to the skies. "What about the sect master?" Yuan asked, when he noticed that they'd left him behind. "Don't worry about him. Look." Elder Shan pointed below them. Yuan turned his head to look at the direction she was pointing, and to his surprise there was a dragon flying towards them with Long Yijun and Elder Dai riding on its head. Chapter 296, Flying Treasure. Yuan felt his heart skip a beat when he saw this dragon, and he exclaimed in an excited voice, "Is that a real dragon?" Even though this dragon wasn't as intimidating as the Great One, it was still an exciting sight to see a real dragon. However, Elder Shan chuckled and said, "No, you silly. Do you remember when Elder Xuan said there are flying treasures that resemble magical beasts but aren't actually real? That dragon is one of those flying treasures. There's no way anyone would be able to tame a mighty dragon and ride them like a flying treasure." "Is that so? But it looks so realistic," Yuan mumbled in a somewhat disappointed voice. "You can tell whether it's real or not by its aura." Elder Shan then said, "Oh, you're right, I cannot sense any aura coming from it." Yuan realized. Feng Yushang's voice suddenly resounded in Yuan's head. "Once I am able to transform back to my phoenix form, I'll let the young master ride me as much as he wants. Who needs dragons when you have a phoenix? We're both divine beasts anyway." A smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he mumbled, "Thank you, Fang Fang." Seconds later, Long Yijun caught up to them, and he said, "We're going to take the teleportation device at Bright Needle City to the northern continent, where the Mystic Realm will take place. It's going to take a couple of hours before we arrive at the city, so you can relax until then." "Yes, Sect Master," they responded. Some time later, Elder Shan opened her mouth and spoke. "Disciple Yuan, since we have plenty of time, why don't you tell me a little more about you and your Tao companion here? How'd you two meet?" Yuan nodded and said, "Her parents worked for my parents, so we've known each other since we were kids." "Oh, childhood friends, huh? What a lovely relationship already." Elder Shan chuckled. Then she looked at Mixu and said, "I'm very interested in what kind of woman could captivate someone like Disciple Yuan's heart. Of course, if you don't want to show your face, that's fine as well. Captivate Yuan's heart?" Mixu found Elder Shan's choice of words to be weird, but she didn't think too much about it and nodded her head before removing her crimson mask to show Elder Shan her face. "I see," Elder Shan nodded her head as though she realized something, not feeling the slightest shock that Mixu was a beauty, as it was only natural for someone as talented as Yuan to have a beauty by his side. In fact, it would be weird if Yuan's Tao companion wasn't a beauty. Anyway, you're certainly one lucky lady becoming his Tao companion at such a young age. You have no idea how many people will be envious of you in the near future," Elder Shan said. "Thank you," Meishu said in a hesitant voice, since she wasn't exactly sure what Elder Shan was talking about. Some time later, Yuan asked, "Senior Shan, since you're a spirit master as well, can you use key manifestation?" "Key manifestation? Only spirit grandmasters can do that," Elder Shan quickly said. "Really? But I heard that some spirit masters are able to use key manifestation." Elder Shan shook her head and said, "Maybe if they're a heaven-defying genius or have some unique physique, but under normal circumstances one cannot use key manifestation before they become a spirit grandmaster." "Well, I can release my key outside to a certain extent, but that's not true chi manifestation." After a moment of silence, she continued, "Well, if it's you who can use divine sense before reaching spirit master, maybe you can use chi manifestation before you become a spirit grandmaster. Though you'll probably still need to be around peak spirit master before you can do it." "Do you want to try it now?" Elder Shan suddenly asked. "Really? How do I try?" Elder Shan extended her hand and said, "Now gather your spiritual energy in your hand and imagine it leaving your hand and touching my hand." Yuan nodded and followed her instructions, lifting his hand and gathering his spiritual energy in his hand. He then imagined it leaving his hand almost like he'd grown a second hand. However, he gave up a moment later when he couldn't release the spiritual energy, and it was like there was an invisible wall preventing him from doing so. "Don't worry, if it was so easy, every spirit master would be able to do it," Elder Shan said to him afterward. Yuan nodded and said, "I'm going to continue trying." "Go ahead. Just don't exhaust yourself. Chi manifestation also requires a lot of energy to maintain." Elder Shan said to him. A few moments later, Xiaohua's voice resounded inside his head. "Brother Yuan, Chi manifestation is very similar to divine sense. Just practice like you would with divine sense." "Now that you mention it, they are very similar." Yuan realized this fact and immediately started trying to release his spiritual energy like he does with divine sense. After an hour of practicing, Yuan finally managed to produce some results. Although it was only very slightly, he'd managed to extend his spiritual energy a few inches outside his body. When Elder Shan saw this, her eyes widened with shock. Did you just... Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. I think I'm getting a hang of it. Yuan nodded. Unbelievable to think you'd actually managed to release your spiritual energy outside of your body, even if it's just a little, and you just entered Spirit Master. I'm a little ashamed of myself now, Elder Shan sighed thus. Yuan continued to practice his chi manifestation for the next few hours until they arrived at Bright Needle City. However, instead of descending outside the city like one normally would, Long Yijun led them directly inside the city, only descending once they were directly above the teleportation device. Of course, nobody complained when they saw this, and the workers there even welcomed them with bright smiles on their faces. Chapter 297, Mystic Realm Gathering Spot. Welcome to Bright Needle City, seniors from the Dragon Essence Temple. Are you heading to the northern continent for the Mystic Realm? The worker there immediately recognized their identity and even their destination at a glance, since he was warned beforehand. Yes, we are. Long Yijun nodded his head. Sometime later, after paying the worker the bill in spirit stones, Long Yijun and the others walked through the teleportation device. Are you okay? Yuan asked Mishu after noticing the discomfort on her face. Yes, just a little dizzy, Mishu said. That's what happens when mortals use teleportation devices. Don't worry, it's nothing serious and will go away after some time, Elder Shan said to them. A few moments later, they returned to the skies on their flying treasure. We'll arrive at the location in 3 hours, Long Yijun said to them in the air. By the way, I have been wondering, but how many sects will be participating in the Mystic Realm? Yuan suddenly asked them. Well, it's different every time, but there will always be over 100 sects, Elder Shan said, and she continued, and out of these sects, only 100 of them will enter the sect ranking and become an elite sect, and our Dragon Essence Temple ranked 7th during the last Mystic Realm. If I remember correctly, the slots for each sect are distributed depending on their previous results. How will new sects obtain these spots if they didn't participate previously? Yuan then asked. In the case that a new sect wants to participate in the Mystic Realm, there are a few ways they can obtain a slot, whether it be earning them through important events, or even straight up buying them with money, which most of them do. Of course, they can only obtain one slot maximum no matter how they obtained it. Over 100 sects? Huh? That's a lot of people. What benefits does being an elite sect bring besides recognition? Yuan then asked. Nothing, really. However, recognition and fame are the most important factors for sects, since that's what attracts new disciples. Even though the difference between rank 7 and rank 6 may not seem very much in your eyes, it's actually very vast, especially since that might be the deciding factor for someone looking for a new sect. I see, Yuan nodded. About an hour later, their scenery suddenly changed drastically, going from a world rich with trees and greenery to a barren world that barely had any healthy-looking trees, and the further they went, the more desolate the place looked. Where are we? Yuan couldn't help but ask, feeling an ominous feeling coming from this place. This is the Desolate Land, a unique place that takes up 1/3 of the entire northern continent, Elder Shan explained. Did something happen in this place that caused this atmosphere? Yuan continued to ask. Legend has it that a fight had occurred in this place? A fight? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Elder Shan nodded. That's right, not a war. A fight between 2 cultivators. Good Lord, 2 people caused this. Is that even possible? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Yes, but this happened in the ancient times when there were no restrictions between each of the heavens and immortals were free to roam from heaven to heaven with little to no effort. Perhaps what happened in this place is the reason the mighty heavens placed the restrictions on us in the first place, at least if the legend was true. Is that so? Yuan mumbled before turning to watch the scenery again. Although there was nothing to see, the barren world itself was a spectacle for Yuan, who has never seen such a view before. A few more hours later, Long Yijun said to them, "We're almost there. Prepare yourselves." What is that thing in the distance?" Yuan suddenly asked, his voice sounding a little shocked. Meishu narrowed her eyes, and she could see some sort of chasm in the distance, almost like a pair of gates opened slightly. "That's the gates to the mystic realm." "Quite big, right?" Elder Shan chuckled at his reaction. "Big is an understatement, Senior Shan. That thing is massive. Is that a treasure? How did they move that thing? Or has it always been there?" Yuan expressed his awe. "Yes, it's a treasure, and no, they cannot move it," Elder Shan explained. A few minutes later, the already large gates appeared even larger, making anyone who was in its presence feel like mere ants. "We're here," Long Yijun said about 10 minutes later. Once they stopped flying in the air, Yuan and everyone else looked down at the area, and to their surprise, there were houses built on the ground along with some camps and a couple of hundred people. "We're landing," Long Yijun said before descending his flying treasure. Yuan and the others could feel numerous gazes suddenly directed in their direction. "Ingdra them," Elder Xuan said. Once they landed, Long Yijun retrieved his flying treasure, which turned into a toy-like object that resembled a dragon. He then pulled out another toy-like object from his spatial ring, which resembled a house this time. Long Yijun poured his spiritual energy into this toy house before throwing it at the empty lot in front of them. Poof! The palm-sized toy house suddenly expanded until it was the size of a real building, leaving Yuan speechless and Meishu full of surprise. "Quickly go inside," Long Yijun said to them in a hasty voice, sounding as though they were in immediate danger. Yuan and the other didn't dare to linger and immediately went inside this building that was already filled with decoration. However, while the disciples went inside, Long Yijun and the sect elders remained standing outside while facing a certain direction, almost like they were waiting for something. And a few seconds later, they could see many figures approaching their direction, all of them emitting powerful auras belonging to spirit masters, with even one of them being a mighty spirit grandmaster. Chapter 298, Jealousy. "It's been a while, fellow Taoists." Long Yijun greeted the guests with a friendly smile on his face, while the three elders stood behind him with vigilant looks on their faces. Even though these guests all had friendly-looking expressions on their faces, one can never be too careful in the cultivation world where anything can happen, especially when they are competitors. Sect Master Long and Sect Elders, it's been 10 long years since our last meeting. "You arrived almost at the last minute this time, Sect Master Long. Did something happen? The Dragon Essence Temple is usually always the first ones to arrive. Don't tell me you almost forgot about the mystic realm." These guests were all sect masters and high-ranking elders from the other sects, their intentions unclear. "I guess you can say something like that." Long Yijun responded in a calm voice. "By the way, I heard the Dragon Essence Temple managed to win a major bet recently that earned them a few divine-grade treasures. Congratulations." One of them suddenly spoke, mentioning the gamble Long Yijun made with the other sects. "Ha ha ha, thank you indeed. My Dragon Essence Temple managed to amass a small fortune due to some minor luck. However, my sect doesn't really need these treasures, so if you would like to buy them, give the Dragon Essence Temple a visit after the mystic realm. I will even give you a discount," Long Yijun said, still with an innocent-looking smile on his face. The sect masters there stared at Long Yijun with dumbfounded looks on their faces, as they didn't expect him to suddenly start selling the divine-grade treasures he'd obviously tricked from the others. What a shameless fellow, they all thought. Anyways, I have been wondering for a while now, but I only saw 2 disciples from your group. I thought the Dragon Essence Temple obtained 3 slots from the last mystic realm?" The spirit grandmaster there suddenly asked. The 2 disciples he was referring to were Xuejiai and Gao Dongya. As for Meishu, there was no way they'd let a mortal who hasn't even begun to cultivate enter the mystic realm. Meanwhile, in his eyes, Yuan, who was emitting the aura of a spirit master, it was impossible for someone like that to be a mere disciple. In fact, everybody there thought the same and mistook Yuan as another sect elder from the Dragon Essence Temple. Long Yijun realized this fact and took advantage of their misunderstanding, and said with an arrogant-looking smug face, "The Dragon Essence Temple is so confident this year that we decided to only use 2 out of our 3 slots." "What are you, insane?" The sect masters there were shocked speechless by Long Yijun's claims. So confident in his 2 disciples that they'd be willing to give up an entire spot? Not even the number 1 sect would do such a foolish thing. After all, every additional spot in the mystic realm could be the difference between rank 1 and rank 10. Furthermore, they have already done their research on Xue Jie and Gao Dongya, even before they became core disciples. While they are, without doubt, among the top geniuses in the lower heavens, they don't show any heaven-defying talents that would shake the entire world, and the other sects also have similar talents, hence why the sect masters couldn't understand where Long Yijun's confidence was coming from. After talking with each other for a few more minutes, the people from the other sects left Long Yijun and the others alone, yet they felt as though something was amiss. "Let's go inside as well," Long Yijun said to the sect elders afterward. Once they were inside the building, Long Yijun burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! These idiots really believed me. They really thought I would give up such a valuable spot over arrogance." Yuan and the other disciples watched him laugh with raised eyebrows. After laughing for some time, Long Yijun said, "Anyways, you guys can relax until the mystic realm starts in 2 days. There are plenty of rooms in this building, so pick whichever one you want. The sect elders and I will keep watch until then." Sometime later, Meixiu said to Yuan, "It's getting late, so I'll log off first to prepare dinner." Yuan nodded. "I'll also log off in a bit. I want to practice qi manifestation for a little longer." After logging off the game, Meixiu went to prepare dinner. While dinner was cooking, Meixiu went to check on the frozen jade zithers auction. Time until auction ends, 6 days, 10 hours, current bid. 400 million already, huh? At this rate, it will definitely reach 500 million. Although the auction has slowed down, Meixiu had no doubt that it would reach at least 500 million. A few minutes later, Meixiu could hear her phone ringing, and to her surprise, it was from her mother. "Hello?" Meixiu answered the phone after taking a deep breath. "Meixiu, I have spoken with the Yu family and notified them of your leave." Mei Feng's voice resounded a few seconds later, and she continued, "They were definitely not happy about it, especially since you're my daughter and the young lady's personal maid. However, there was nothing they could do about it since you're not bound to a contract like I am, since you're still not old enough to legally sign any contracts. If you had been even a few months late, you would have been stuck with the Yu family for essentially the rest of your life. So consider yourself lucky." "I see, thank you, Mother," Meixiu said to her after hearing this news. "Don't thank me, Meixiu. I didn't do this for you. Everything is for the young master," Mei Feng said after a moment of silence. Mei Feng suddenly said, "Meixiu, to tell you the truth, I am very envious of you, who can stay by the young master's side whilst I can only watch him from a distance. Therefore, if you don't treat the young master properly, I won't forgive you. Do you hear me?" "I hear you," Meixiu responded in a somewhat dazed voice, Chapter 299, Rebellious Stage. "Good. Then I'll be leaving now," Mei Feng said to Meixiu before cutting the phone call. "Ah." Mei Feng released a long and deep breath afterward, rubbing her eyes in a tired manner. A few moments later, Mei Feng turned around and entered the room that was right behind her with a serious-looking expression on her face. Inside the room, there were 2 individuals sitting across from each other on a small but fancy table filled with luxurious food, and a couple of servants standing at the end of the room. "What did Meixiu say? Did you manage to convince her to stay?" Yu Yong asked her the moment she returned. Mei Feng shook her head and said, "Unfortunately, she wouldn't listen to me no matter how much I tried to convince her, even cutting the line on me forcibly when I tried. I will take full responsibility for my daughter's sudden departure." Masters Yu Yong placed his utensils down before sighing. "Don't worry about it, Mei Feng. It's not your fault." Meishu is probably in her rebellious stage since she's around that age. Once she gets over it, she will definitely return to us, so let's just give her more time." "Thank you, Master Yu." Meifeng bowed to him. Obviously, it was only an excuse that Meifeng had created for Meishu, as she'd told the Yu family that Meishu was tired of working and decided to leave. Anyway, how was the auction looking for the divine-grade treasure? Tang Li suddenly asked. "Allow me a moment to check," Meifeng said as she pulled out her phone. After checking the auction, Meifeng said, "The highest bid right now is $411 million. It had increased by 21 million since we last checked half an hour ago. I see. Do you have any predictions on how much it might cost by the end?" Tang Li then asked. "It's hard to tell, since this is the first time a divine-grade treasure has been sold. Furthermore, it is highly likely that this treasure belongs to player Yuan. With that being said, the price most likely won't see any more significant increases since this treasure is only an instrument, and its high requirements restrict most, if not all, of the players at this moment. So most of the other families have already stepped back." Meifeng said. Yu Yong nodded and said, "While it's true that the treasure has a high requirement, this is an investment for the future. Once we have someone who can use that zither, everything will change and we will overtake the other families. Continue monitoring the auction. We'll stop bidding for now until the last day. Yes, Master Yu." Meanwhile, after dinner was prepared, Meishu went to feed Yuan 4 bowls of soup as instructed by Dr. Wang. A few minutes after dinner, almost as though she knew, Yu Ru called Meishu, or more specifically, Yuan. "How was your day, brother?" "I saw the auction. It's a massive success, over $400 million in a single day. You'll definitely get at least $500 million from the auction." Yu Ru's excited voice resounded in his ears, making it feel as though Yu Ru was really in the room. "At this rate, you won't have to worry about not having enough money for the rest of your life." "Indeed," Yuan said. "By the way, do you see other players at the Mystic Realm?" Yu Ru suddenly asked. "No, I just got there myself." "I see. Well, good luck, brother. Although I will be going back to school tomorrow, I had a lot of fun with Xia Jingyi. We did many quests together, even hunting a dozen magical beasts. Of course, I was the one who slew them all." Yu Ru spoke in a proud voice. "That sounds fun," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "It is. You should come play with us once you're done with the Mystic Realm. That's what I plan on doing. Oh, wait. I still have one more thing to do before the Mystic Realm." "Take your time, brother. We have plenty of time to play the game together," Yu Ru said. "Anyway, I will talk to you later. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, brother. Good night, Meishu. Good night, Yu Ru. Good night, Sister Ru." After the phone call ended, Meishu returned to her own room to sleep whilst Yuan cultivated. The following morning after breakfast, they returned to Cultivation Online. "Good morning, everybody," Yuan greeted them. "Did you have a good rest last night? The Mystic Realm won't start until sunrise tomorrow, but there will be a gathering later today since all of the participating sects have arrived," Elder Xuan said to him. Yuan nodded. Then he asked, "By the way, I have been wondering, but do you think I can take a closer look at the gates to the Mystic Realm, or would that be too dangerous?" "Well, besides some roaming magical beasts in this area, there's really not much danger. And with so many peak experts in this place, even a Spirit Grand Master magical beast won't be able to do a thing, so you don't have to worry about them," Elder Xuan explained. Long Yizhong interrupted. "It's not the magical beasts we're worried about, it's the other sects. While it's very unlikely that anybody would start a fight here, it's not impossible, and it has happened before. Even if we may act friendly to one another, it's all just a public act. Don't forget, we're all competitors fighting for the next highest rank. However, if you want to look at the gates, I won't say no. Just make sure you're with one of the sect elders," Long Yizhong said. "I will come with you," Elder Xuan said, and he continued, "And before you leave, change into these clothes." Yuan accepted the clothes that resembled what sect elders would wear. "The others think you're a sect elder because of your cultivation base. It would be in our best interest to keep them thinking that until the start of the Mystic Realm." Elder Xuan said, "Okay." Do you want to come with us, Mixu? Yuan asked her. Mixu silently nodded her head. Chapter 300, Taking a Closer Look at the Mystic Realm. I also want to come, Shui Jie suddenly said, and she continued, It's my first time coming to this place, and it's probably going to be my last, so I want to make it more memorable. Elder Xuan nodded. Okay. A few moments later, Yuan went to the other room to change his clothes, wearing the sect elder's uniform given to him by Elder Xuan. Wow, you look much better in those clothes than I'd anticipated. You'll definitely be a popular sect elder if you become one, especially among the female disciples. Elder Shan's eyes widened with surprise when she saw Yuan wearing the sect elder's uniform, which gave him a more profound feeling and also enhanced his handsome appearance by a level even Shui Jie couldn't help but swallow nervously after seeing Yuan's new appearance. After another moment, Yuan and Meixiu wore their masks before going outside with Elder Xuan, making their way towards the mystic realm that was only a couple of miles in the distance. Since the place was an empty and flat land, and the gates were massive, the mystic realm looked much closer than reality, and when they approached the gates, it felt like they weren't getting any closer despite walking towards it for many minutes. About half an hour later, they could see a large group of people gathered in the front, all staring at the mystic realm with awe on their faces. Looks like we're not the only ones who wanted to look at the mystic realm, Shui Jie mumbled as they approached this group. The people there turned to look at them when they noticed their presence. The Dragon Essence Temple, huh? However, they didn't pay too much attention to them and returned to looking at the mystic realm that was emitting an otherworldly light, almost like it would lead them to another world if they entered the light. Meanwhile, Yuan was wondering if there were any players among these people, as they all looked relatively similar to each other in terms of appearance and the aura they gave off. Wow, this treasure is even more massive than I thought, Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he tilted his head to look at the giant gate that pierced the clouds in the sky. There were also these complex symbols on each side of this gate, giving the place a more mystical feeling to it. Almost as though they were captivated by it, Yuan and the others stared at this gate with dazed looks on their faces for many minutes without blinking. Suddenly, unbeknownst to the others there, a voice resounded from beyond the mystic realm that only reached Yuan's ears, and it was an ancient-sounding voice, almost as though it was beckoning him. Alas, I have been waiting for you. Yuan's eyes widened when he noticed a semi-transparent figure hovering directly between the gates, almost like a hologram of sorts. However, this person didn't have a face. It had long black hair that flapped behind him like a cape, and it was wearing black clothes with gold outlines around the clothes, giving this individual a majestic atmosphere, almost like he was royalty. When Yuan saw this faceless individual, his blood began boiling for some reason, and it was unclear whether the reaction was due to excitement or something else entirely. "Who are you?" Yuan mumbled in a mosquito-like voice. Even though this individual hovering in front of the mystic realm lacked any facial features, Yuan could somehow tell that it was looking directly at him. "Come here." This ancient voice continued to beckon Yuan. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Yuan suddenly felt someone pat his shoulders. "Are you okay?" Elder Xuan asked him. "Eh? What do you mean?" "I have been calling you for a while now, but you were absorbed in the mystic realm, not noticing it." "Oh, I'm sorry, I was a little too focused on that figure floating in front of the gates." "Who is that person?" Yuan said. "Huh? Figure? What are you talking about? There's nobody there." Elder Xuan looked at him with a surprised expression. Elder Xuan then turned to look at the gates just in case, but as he'd expected, there wasn't anybody there. "Are you sure you saw somebody there? One cannot approach the mystic realm without the tokens, hence why we aren't getting any closer than this, and we won't be getting these tokens until later today," Elder Xuan explained to him. "Yes, I'm sure," Yuan said, and he proceeded to describe the faceless man to Elder Xuan. As far as I'm aware, nobody has seen this faceless individual before, since I have never heard of this person until today. We can ask the sect master later, but we should get back for now, since the gathering will happen soon." "Okay." Yuan nodded, following Elder Xuan and the others back to their building. Come, here. The voice continued to resound inside Yuan's head even as he left the place. However, when he turned around, that faceless individual was no longer there, and the voice disappeared shortly after as well. Once they returned to their building, Elder Xuan explained the situation to Long Yijun. Interesting. A faceless individual. Long Yijun pondered with a serious look on his face. Do you know something about this, Sect Master? Elder Xuan asked. After a moment of silence, Long Yijun shook his head and said, While I have heard of numerous phenomenons occurring around the mystic realm before, I don't recall anything about a faceless person. I can ask around later, but don't expect an answer. I see Yuan nodded. Anyways, the gathering won't happen for another 2 hours, but we should start heading there now, or else it will look bad for the Dragon Essence Temple if the envoys from the Spirit Heaven arrive before us. Envoys from the upper heavens? Does this mean people from the Spirit Heaven will come down here? Yuan asked. Long Yijun laughed and said, Of course not, silly. It takes too much effort and resources to come down here. Even if they're incredibly rich, they won't be able to afford coming down here every decade. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com, Chapter 301, The Aura of a Spirit King. Is that so? What a pity. I wanted to see someone from the Spirit Heaven. Yuan sighed. Long Yijun chuckled at his words and said, Besides having a much higher cultivation base and being more knowledgeable because of their larger world, there's really not much difference between us. It's not as if people from the upper heavens are different entities. I see, that makes sense, Yuan nodded. Anyways, let's get moving. The other sects are already gathering at the location. The Dragon Essence Temple left the building and followed the other sects to the gathering area that was just a few miles away from their lodging location. Sometime later, they arrived at the gathering area, where over 100 sects gathered and stood separated from each other, but in an orderly fashion, almost like a massive military formation getting ready for war. The Dragon Essence Temple stood at the very front of this massive formation. Despite the fact that many sects had arrived before them, there was an empty spot in the front with other sects occupying the spots behind it, almost like it was left empty specifically for the Dragon Essence Temple. Each sect had around 5 to 10 people with them, but there were also sects that brought over 100 people, mostly for spectating. While everybody there waited for this envoy from the Spirit Heaven to show up, Yuan turned to look at the mystic realm that was in the distance, hoping to see the faceless figure again. Xiaohua, Feng Feng, was it just me? Or did you two also see that faceless figure? Yuan decided to ask the 2 experts dwelling inside his body. Xiaohua didn't see anyone like that. Me neither, young master. Are you sure you weren't seeing things? I'm sure. It was even calling for me. I don't know why, but I felt somewhat nostalgic when I saw this faceless figure, almost like I'd seen it before. But that's impossible. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Yuan sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Xiaohua said in a serious voice, Brother Yuan, be careful. There are a lot of people looking in our direction right now, although I cannot say for certain that they're looking at you. It's very likely. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Yuan realized why he was feeling uncomfortable for some time now. So it was caused by these stares. The Dragon Essence Temple is quite popular after all. I wouldn't be surprised if they were staring at us, Yuan said. While that is true, the looks they're giving are different from that of awe or admiration, and they look more like they're trying to see through your mask. Young master, Feng Feng added. Yuan's body shuddered after hearing these words, and he wondered to himself, It couldn't be the other players, right? Indeed, these people staring at Yuan were all players that were chosen to participate in the mystic realm. While their cultivation bases are nothing exaggerated like Yuan, who was a spirit master, they all show promising talents, not to mention their heaven-rank physiques. Although the sect masters and sect elders all mistook Yuan as a sect elder because of his spirit master cultivation base, the players were not fooled by his cultivation, mostly because player Yuan was famous for his black mask ever since the zither competition, and everybody knew that he was in the Dragon Essence Temple, hence why they expected him to show up at the mystic realm, and just as the players had expected, player Yuan showed up. So that's the famous player, Yuan, huh? Even though I cannot see his cultivation base, he gives off the same feeling as our sect master, the same domineering aura. One of the players there thought inwardly, Player Yuan. Just you wait. If we ever meet in the mystic realm, I'm going to rip that mask off your face and reveal your identity to the world. Another one thought. Player Yuan. I wonder what he looks like underneath that black mask. Sometime later, the atmosphere in the place began to change, and although it was a subtle change at first, all of the sect masters there noticed it. Upon feeling this change, they all said to their disciples, The envoy is coming. Stand straight and don't utter a single sound unless you're told to speak. The entire place immediately turned dead silent, and everyone there waited nervously for this envoy to show up. Whoosh! The wind suddenly picked up, and a massive portal appeared above the sects, shocking the sect masters. Wait! What's happening? This is... Somebody from the upper heavens is trying to come down to the lower heavens. Did they send an envoy to personally oversee the mystic realm this time? Usually the experts from spirit heaven would just use some sort of treasure to speak with them from above, and rarely would they come down to the lower heavens in person. In fact, the last time a real envoy showed up in the lower heavens for the mystic realm was over 10,000 years ago. Perhaps this is what the rumors actually meant? That a real envoy would be showing up, the spiritual energy in the area started acting up and began rushing towards the portal in the sky. A domineering aura appeared moments later, and it was something nobody there, not even the sect masters, have experienced before. However, two people recognized this kind of aura. Feng Yuxiang, who had experienced it herself not long ago when she first met Yuan, and Xiaohua, who could emit the same aura herself, the aura of a spirit king. Young master, it's a spirit king. A spirit king is descending, Feng Yuxiang said to him in an excited voice. What, the same level as Xiaohua? Yuan was surprised to hear this, since this is his first time seeing another cultivator at the same level as Xiaohua ever since he started playing the game. After a few more moments of suspense and tension, Yuan and the others could see a figure coming out of the portal, an old man wearing black and red robes. Chapter 302, Once in a Lifetime Opportunity. Welcome to the lower heavens, senior envoy. The sect masters and experts there all bowed to this old man in black clothes after he descended. This old man swept the crowd with a calm gaze before nodding his head and speaking in a nonchalant voice. My surname is Ni. You can simply address me as Senior Ni, and I am from the 9 Array Academy, one of the 7 spirit academies within the spirit heaven. Despite speaking in a calm tone, his voice sounded very clear for everyone there, almost like he was standing directly in front of them. I was sent down here to the lower heavens for two purposes. First and foremost, I will be overseeing the mystic realm, and secondly, I am looking for potential talents to bring to the spirit heaven with me. What? The people there expressed immense shock after hearing Senior Ni's words. Senior Ni continued to speak, ignoring the people's shocked reaction. However, I can only bring a very limited number of people with me. 3 people to be exact. Therefore, I will select the participants with the most potential and best results in the mystic realm to come with me. If you manage to get selected, you'll also have a chance to become a disciple at one of the 7 spirit academies, and depending on your potential, you might even become an inner disciple straight away. The 7 spirit academies are the most prestigious and influential sects in the spirit heaven, with countless resources and heavenly techniques. Countless cultivators dream of becoming a disciple at one of these 7 sects, but one must go through rigorous tests before they are accepted as a disciple. However, you will get to bypass such tests and become a disciple immediately if you're chosen. The disciples there trembled with excitement after hearing Senior Ni's words. If they are chosen to go to the spirit heaven with Senior Ni, their future will surely be a successful one. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the sect masters and sect elders there, while they were happy for their disciples for getting such a grand opportunity, they were also quite jealous of the disciples, since most of them dream of ascending to the spirit heaven as well. Meanwhile, the players there were even more excited. If I get to ascend to the spirit heaven before I reach Spirit Grand Master, I will immediately be ahead of every player in the lower heavens, and there's even a good chance that I could surpass the seemingly unrivaled player Yuan." The players thought to themselves, "Now that I've introduced myself, allow me to tell you about the mystic realm." Senior Ni said, after taking a deep breath. He continued, "Let's talk about the rules of the mystic realm. With that being said, these rules are mostly rules set by the mystic realm, and they are not something I, or anyone for that matter, have control over. You can consider it as the rules of that world, anyways. First and foremost, your cultivation base will not matter in the mystic realm. Once you enter the gates to the mystic realm, your cultivation base will be wiped, and you'll have to start from scratch. However, this is only temporary, since your cultivation base will return once you come back out. Furthermore, any spiritual energy you obtain whilst inside the mystic realm will affect your real cultivation base, so you'll even see an increase in your cultivation afterward, depending on how much you earned inside." After giving the people a few moments to digest the information, Senior Ni continued, "Next, treasures are not allowed inside the mystic realm. If you have anything that isn't a part of your body, you'll be rejected by the mystic realm until you get rid of those treasures. As for the third rule, which is related to the second rule, just like treasures, you're not allowed to bring your magical beasts into the mystic realm, since they are considered as their own entity. Of course, you can bring your magical beast inside if you give it a token. However, that will take away one precious spot, so you'll have to consider if that's worth it or not." Yuan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "What about Xiao Hua and Feng Yuxiang? Does this mean they'll have to stay out here while he goes inside? Looks like we won't be able to follow you inside the mystic realm, young master," Feng Feng suddenly said to him. "Unless we take the two disciples' spot from them," she added. However, before Yuan could say anything, Senior Ni continued, "Furthermore, only those who are below the age of 30 are allowed to enter the mystic realm. As for those who have magical beasts as servants, the magical beast must be younger than 100 years old. 100 years old, I guess I won't be able to go in after all." Feng Yuxiang sighed. "What about you, Xiaohua?" "You're human, so you should be able to enter unless you're over 30, Feng Yuxiang said to her. However, Xiaohua didn't respond to her and remained silent. "It's okay, you two. Even if you can go inside with me, I cannot take away the others' spots. They earned it, and it'd be incredibly rude of us if we stole it." Yuan said to them, "I knew that, young master. I was only joking with you. The next rule, once you enter the mystic realm, you have 30 days to show results and obtain points. You can obtain points by increasing your cultivation, slaying magical beasts, finding treasures, clearing trials, and many more methods. If you manage to obtain a certain amount of points, you will be able to enter the mystic pagoda somewhere inside the mystic realm. As for what's inside the mystic pagoda, I cannot tell you, nobody can." "Why?" "Because nobody has managed to enter the mystic pagoda before," Senior Ni said, and he continued with a subtle smile on his face. "If you manage to enter the mystic pagoda, you're guaranteed to come to the spirit heavens with me, so keep that in mind." Chapter 303, Distributing the Tokens. Now let's talk about your safety in the mystic realm. Although you won't outright die if you die inside the mystic realm, there's a chance that it might affect your cultivation once you leave the place. So don't take death lightly inside, just because you won't die for real." Senior Ni continued to speak. "If you happen to die inside the mystic realm, you will immediately be teleported out of the mystic realm, and you won't be able to enter for a second time, since every individual can only enter the mystic realm once in their lifetime. That's all I have for now. Does any of the sect masters here have any questions for me before I hand out the tokens?" Senior Ni swept the crowd with a calm gaze. The place remained silent. Although all of the sect masters had questions inside their heads, it was not related to the mystic realm that they've seen many times before, and it might offend Senior Ni if they brought it up in their current situation. "Then I shall begin handing out the tokens now." After taking a deep breath, Senior Ni spoke. "Ranked first, Heaven and Earth Palace, 7 tokens. Heaven and Earth Palace is presented Senior Ni." The sect master of the Heaven and Earth Palace responded loudly. Senior Ni then tossed 7 square-shaped tokens made of a blue material that resembled jade at the sect master of the Heaven and Earth Palace, After accepting the tokens, the sect master bowed in a respectful manner. Received. Thank you, Senior Ni. Senior Ni nodded his head before continuing. Ranked second, Grand Sword Mountain, 6 tokens. Grand Sword Mountain is present, Senior Ni. The sect master of the place responded, and Senior Ni handed them 6 tokens. Ranked third, Flaming Fists Sect, 5 tokens. Flaming Fist Sect is present, Senior Ni. Ranked fourth, Azure Phoenix Sect, 4 tokens. Ranked fifth, Purple Lotus Fairy Garden, 3 tokens. Ranked sixth, Frozen Blade Academy, 3 tokens. Ranked seventh, Dragon Essence Temple, 3 tokens. Ranked eighth, Three Poisons Manor, 2 tokens. Ranked ninth, Heavenly Totem Sect, 2 tokens. Ranked 10th, Diamond Palms Sect, 2 tokens. After naming the top 10 sects, Senior Ni said, "The rest of you will be getting 1 token each." He then tossed over 100 tokens down, each flying to one of the sect masters. There, in total, there were 150 tokens handed out by Senior Ni, meaning there will only be 150 participants entering the Mystic Realm. The Mystic Realm will open at sunrise tomorrow, and I won't be back until then. After saying those words, Senior Ni flew away and quickly disappeared from the scene, almost like he was in a hurry to go somewhere. Once Senior Ni's presence was completely gone, everybody there sighed in relief, feeling as though a large amount of pressure had just been lifted from their bodies. When they were certain that Senior Ni would not suddenly return, the massive formation began breaking apart, and the sects returned to their own lodging. "Let's also return," Long Yijun said to them. Yuan and the others nodded, and followed Long Yijun back to the building. However, before they could reach the building, someone suddenly called out loud, "Player Yuan." Yuan's body subconsciously stopped walking, and turned around after hearing his name being called out by an unfamiliar-sounding voice. When he turned around, there was a handsome young man with short black hair and a cold face standing behind him, looking to be in his mid-20s. "Remember my name, Lightning Emperor. I don't care who you are, but I will surpass you soon. Just you wait." This player, who is renowned around the world as one of the current top players, said with a serious look on his face. However, before Yuan could even respond, Lightning Emperor turned around and walked away. Lightning Emperor? Why does his name sound so familiar? Yuan wondered. Then he remembered. Oh, right. Yuru mentioned him once before, that top player who had the highest cultivation base. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Lightning Emperor and looked at his cultivation base. 6th level spirit warrior, huh? "Did you know that disciple from the Grand Sword Mountain?" Long Yijun asked him. "Not really." Yuan shook his head, and they began walking again shortly after. However, another player called out to Yuan after a few steps, "Player Yuan, if you dare, show me the face behind that mask." This player outright asked Yuan to reveal his identity in a shameless voice. Yuan looked at this goofy-looking young man for a moment before he continued walking, completely ignoring the player. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The player tried to approach Yuan, but alas, Elder Xuan stepped between them and said, "If you wish to speak with our disciples, you should bring your sect master with you." The player swallowed nervously upon feeling Elder Xuan's invisible pressure, and he decided to turn around and run away. "I'll do whatever it takes to see your face, Player Yuan. See ya in the Mystic Realm. Ha ha ha!" The player laughed out loud as he disappeared into the distance. "You sure have a lot of friends, Disciple Yuan," Elder Xuan said to him afterward. If only that was the case, Yuan sighed. A few more players tried to approach Yuan after the last person, but before they could get close, Elder Xuan would always stand in their path and block them, and not wanting to be outdone by Elder Xuan, Elder Shan also did the same, even fighting him to block the other players. "Player Yuan, please shake my hands." Another voice resounded, this time from a female player. "Please stay away. Our disciples do not wish to speak with any guests right now." Elder Shan immediately blocked this female player. However, Yuan stopped walking and turned around, thinking to himself, "This voice, it sounds so familiar." When Yuan turned around and finally saw the face of this female player, his eyes widened and he nearly blurted out her name in surprise. Wang Xuing. What's she doing here? Indeed, this person was Wang Shuing, Dr. Wang's granddaughter. Chapter 304, Handshake. I see. Sorry to bother you. Wang Shuing sighed after being told off by Elder Shan, and she turned around with a dejected look on her face. However, a stiff voice suddenly resounded, halting her steps. Wait. Huh? Wang Shuing turned around, and to her surprise, Yuan was looking at her, even walking in her direction. Disciple Yuan? Elder Shan looked at him with wide eyes. He ignored all of the male cultivators when they tried to approach him, but when it came to a pretty young lady approaching him, he didn't mind it, even responding to her. A few moments later, Yuan stood in front of the speechless Wang Shuing. He then extended his hand, almost like he was asking for a handshake. Wang Shuing stared at Yuan's hands in a dazed manner, her eyes filled with disbelief. You wanted a handshake, right? Yuan asked her in a low voice so she won't easily recognize him, snapping her out of her daze. Yes, sorry for the delay. Wang Shuing nodded her head before she quickly reached for Yuan's hands, giving him a firm handshake. What a pair of beautiful and clear eyes. It reminds me of someone Wang Shuing thought to herself when she looked at Yuan's bright eyes through the holes in the mask, feeling nostalgic for some reason, almost like she'd seen them before. Despite shaking hands for longer than one normally would, Wang Shuing didn't remove her hands from Yuan, almost like she'd forgotten about it after seeing his eyes. Oh, sorry. Wang Shuing hastily released her grasp once she realized the situation. Anyways, I'm Healer Wang, and I'm from the Medicine Valley. It's an honor to finally meet you, Player Yuan. Thank you for shaking my hands, and good luck in the Mystic Realm. Wang Shuing gave Yuan her nickname, completely unaware that Yuan already knew her real identity. Healer Wang? Yuan raised his eyebrows at her name, but he didn't say anything, merely nodding in silence. Once Wang Shuing left, Yuan returned to the others. Yuan, that girl was Dr. Wang's make-shoe, also recognized Wang Shuing since she visits Dr. Wang's hospital often with Yuru. Yes, it was Wang Shuing, Yuan confirmed. Just like you, she looked almost like she did when she was young. So I immediately knew it was her. So you knew her? Elder Shan said. Yuan nodded. Yes, she's a good friend of mine. Elder Shan became even more confused after hearing such words, since it looked the complete opposite just now, almost like it was their first meeting, especially since Wang Shuing didn't appear to know him. Sometime later, they returned to their lodging. Inside, Yuan spoke. Since I cannot bring treasures inside, I won't be able to hide my face. Are there any methods to get around this? Long Yijin then said, That's simple. You can just wear an ordinary mask inside. I see I can go buy one right now, Elder Xuan said. Thank you for your trouble, Yuan said to him. Elder Xuan left the place shortly after to buy some masks for Yuan. Long Yijin said afterward, Here are the tokens for the Mystic Realm. Don't lose them or you won't be able to enter the Mystic Realm. He then handed a blue token to each of the participants. As for your treasures, you can hand them to me now or before you enter the Mystic Realm tomorrow. I'll hold on to them for you. Long Yijun then said. Gao Dongya and Shuijie handed their spatial rings and storage pouches to Long Yijun a moment later. What about you, Disciple Yuan? I can hold on to them for you, or you can let your Tao companion hold it for you. Long Yijun asked him afterward. Xiao Hua will hold on to your treasures for you tomorrow, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua suddenly said to him, It's okay, Sect Master. I have someone else who will keep my treasures safe. Yuan said to him. If you say so, Long Yijun nodded with a puzzled look on his face. Someone else will hold on to his treasures? Who else besides Mikshu will do that? Sometime later, Long Yijun dismissed them until tomorrow. Yuan and Mikshu logged off the game to rest for the big event tomorrow. While dinner was cooking, Mikshu checked the auction, but the price only increased by a few 100,000 since the last time she checked. The auction has slowed down to almost a halt, but it'll pick back up on the final day, she thought to herself. After feeding Yuan dinner, Mikshu went to sleep. Yuan also went to sleep since he wanted to rest properly before the big day tomorrow. Early in the morning tomorrow, way before sunrise, Mikshu woke up and prepared breakfast after feeding Yuan. They both entered the game. "Are you all ready?" Long Yijun looked at them. "Yes, Sect Master." They all nodded. "Disciple Yuan, here." Elder Xuan handed Yuan a black mask, but it was made of ordinary material. "Thank you, Senior Xuan." Yuan quickly switched from his black jade mask to this black mask made of some kind of marble, giving it a glossy appearance. Some time later, the Dragon Essence Temple made their way to the gathering area and stood in a formation like they did yesterday, and they proceeded to wait for Senior Ni to return right before sunrise. Senior Ni returned to the scene and hovered above everyone there. "Greetings, Senior Ni." All of the sect masters there bowed to him. "I will give all of you 30 minutes to prepare before we officially begin the mystic realm. If you're prepared, you may stand over there." Senior Ni pointed to the empty area in front of the mystic realm. Soon, participants began gathering at that spot. "Are you ready, Disciple Yuan?" Long Yijun asked him after asking Xuejie and Gao Dongya. "Give me a second," Yuan said. Then he said, "Xiaohua, Feng Feng, you can come outside now. Xiaohua, Feng Feng." Everyone there raised their eyebrows at these unfamiliar names. Suddenly, the necklace on Yuan began to glow, and a small ball of flame came out of his chest. A second later, a cute little girl and a beautiful lady appeared before Yuan like ghosts. The moment Xiaohua's presence appeared and Senior Ni sensed it, his eyes widened with immense shock. "Spirit King? Impossible!" Without any hesitation, he immediately flew towards the Dragon Essence Temple. Chapter 305. Two incredibly powerful individuals. The other people there immediately noticed Senior Ni's sudden movements and watched as he approached the Dragon Essence Temple. Senior Ni. Long Yijun and the others were shocked by his sudden appearance, and they hastily went to bow to him. However, almost as though he couldn't see them, Senior Ni ignored them and stared at Xiaohua with wide eyes filled with surprise. How could such a young girl emit the aura of a spirit king? He then clasped his hands and bowed to Xiaohua in a courteous manner. "What is someone like you doing here, fellow Taoist? And if you don't mind me asking, where are you from?" The entire place was dead silent as everyone there watched Senior Ni lower his head and treat a little girl as though they were equals, shocking them greatly. Nobody there could comprehend the situation. Why was Senior Ni, an envoy from the spirit heavens, acting so respectful towards this little girl? However, even more shocking was the way Senior Ni addressed this little girl, fellow Taoist, which implied that they were on equal footing to a certain extent. "Xiaohua's reason for being here doesn't concern you." Xiaohua said to him in a calm voice that shook the heart of everyone there when they heard it. How could she treat Senior Ni with such a lack of respect? Courting death would be an understatement. A rigid smile appeared on Senior Ni's face after hearing Xiaohua's disregarding words, but he didn't get angry, even acting like it never happened, and said, "Then allow me to ask you another question. How did you, a spirit king, come down here? Unless one receives permission from the Ji family, they cannot travel to the lower heavens, and as far as I'm aware, I was the only one who'd received permission to come down here in the last 1,000 years. A spirit king? That little girl?" The spectators were shocked to the core after hearing Senior Ni's words. How could a little girl who only appeared to be around 10 years be a spirit king? Even if she had consumed some sort of appearance-changing pill to alter her appearance, it couldn't possibly change her appearance in such a drastic manner. However, despite Senior Ni's questioning, Xiaohua shook her head, seemingly adamant about remaining silent. Senior Ni narrowed his eyes at Xiaohua with a suspicious gaze. He was only a first-level spirit king, whilst Xiaohua appeared to be at the 3rd level, so there was a good chance he won't be able to defeat her even if they fought. Furthermore, as a spirit king who came from the upper heavens, Senior Ni has several restrictions placed upon him and cannot cause too much drama in the lower heavens, or he'll be punished by the heavens. This little girl, she doesn't appear to be using any treasures to change her appearance. A spirit king at such a young age, and I don't recognize her. Perhaps she came from a place even higher than the spirit heavens. Senior Ni's body shuddered at the thought that Xiaohua could be from a place even higher than the spirit heavens. If that's really the case, I cannot offend her no matter what. Senior Ni took a deep breath before speaking again. I apologize if my curiosity has bothered you, fellow Taoist. If you do not want to say anything, I won't pursue it any further. Just as Senior Ni prepared to leave, his gaze subconsciously looked at Yuan, who was standing directly next to Xiaohua, as a spirit master. Wait, I can sense the token on him. Does this mean he's participating in the mystic realm, that he's under the age of 30? Senior Ni was greatly surprised to find such tremendous talent in the lower heavens, and his anticipation for the mystic realm increased significantly. Although Senior Ni wanted to stay there a little longer to speak with Yuan, he didn't dare to linger too much because of Xiaohua's presence. After Senior Ni left the place and returned to his original spot in the air, Long Yijun spoke in a dazed voice. Disciple Yuan, they are? Yuan then said, Sorry for the late introduction, but they are Xiaohua and Feng Yushang. They're both precious friends who are traveling with me, and they also give me guidance on certain things. Xiaohua? Her voice sounded so familiar. Was she the one who Elder Shan subconsciously covered her head when she recalled Xiaohua's voice who warned her to stay away from Yuan? Wait a moment. Feng Yushang, Golden Phoenix Bazaar's Madame Feng? Elder Xuan recognized Feng Yushang's name because of her widespread fame. Everybody there was speechless. Why are there two godlike presences so close to Yuan? Had they been following and guarding him this entire time, and just what is Yuan's true background? Not even people from the 4 ancient families would have a spirit king and a peak spirit grandmaster as bodyguards. Meanwhile, at the Heaven and Earth Palaces group, their sect master, Qi Jiguang, looked at Xiaohua with wide eyes. That little girl. I remember seeing her at the Azure Phoenix auction house. She was a spirit king this entire time. He easily recalled Xiaohua mostly because of her distinctive small figure and powerful aura. No matter how much they tried, the people there could not take their eyes off Xiaohua and Feng Yushang because of their immense presence that overshadowed even Senior Ni's presence. In their eyes, Xiaohua was a mysterious expert, whom Senior Ni acknowledges as a fellow spirit king cultivator. And although it took some time, the people there eventually recognized Feng Yushang and her beauty as the #1 expert of Phoenix City and also the owner of one of the most prestigious shops in the lower heavens. Why on earth were these two incredibly powerful individuals in this place, and why are they standing with the Dragon Essence Temple? It was incomprehensible for everybody there except the person who brought them to this place, Yuan. Chapter 306, Shattering Their Confidence. Many minutes have passed since the conversation between Senior Ni and Xiaohua ended, but the atmosphere there remained heavy, almost suffocating, especially for those people standing closest to the Dragon Essence Temple. Xiaohua, here are my treasures. Please hold on to them while I enter the mystic realm. Yuan handed Xiaohua his spatial ring and storage pouch. Xiaohua will protect the treasures without fail. Xiaohua said to him with a serious look on her face, acting like she was handed a big responsibility. Who would dare to steal from a spirit king in the lower heavens? Feng Yushang raised her eyebrows. Xiaohua could leave Yuan's treasure on the ground, go take a nap, and come back with the treasure still on the ground, completely untouched. By the way, what are you going to do with your soul weapons, young master? Feng Yushang suddenly asked him. A soul weapon? Long Yijun and the others turned to look at them with wide eyes filled with shock after hearing their conversation, even ignoring how Feng Yushang addressed Yuan as young master. Huh? What do you mean I can't take treasures inside, so I'll have to leave it out here, obviously? Yuan said. But soul weapons are unique. They must be within a certain distance from its master. There's no way around it. Eh? What happens if I'm too far away from them? Yuan then asked. I think it would be better if I showed it to you, Feng Yushang said, and she continued. Can you hand me one of your soul weapons for a moment? Yuan nodded, and he retrieved the starry abyss from the spatial ring before handing it to Feng Yushang. Once she had the starry abyss in her grasp, Feng Yushang suddenly took off into the sky and flew away, acting like a thief during a grab-and-run situation. Feng Yushang's sudden movements attracted the attention of everybody there, including Senior Ni. Where's she going? they all wondered. However, Senior Ni was more interested in the starry abyss that was within her grasp. "Is that a soul weapon?" Senior Ni mumbled in a dumbfounded voice, as he didn't expect to find a soul weapon in the lower heavens. In just a few minutes, Feng Yuxiang managed to fly almost 100 miles away from the mystic realm, and right as she reached the 100th mile mark, the starry abyss in her hand suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, at the mystic realm, Yuan was surprised when the starry abyss suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. Yuan was completely baffled by this phenomenon. Soul weapons are bound to their owners. If they get too far away from their masters, they will immediately teleport back to them, almost as if they have a mind of their own. Xiaohua explained to him. Feng Yuxiang returned some time later. "Do you understand now, young master? You won't be able to escape your soul weapons. However, I don't know how it'll work with the mystic realm," Feng Yuxiang said to him. A moment after Feng Yuxiang's words, Senior Ni's voice suddenly resounded. "Soul weapons are an exception and allowed inside the mystic realm since they are considered as part of the individual. I didn't mention it at first because I didn't think there would be someone with a soul weapon here. Congratulations, young man. You're now a few hundred steps ahead of everyone else before you're even inside the mystic realm." "What? He can bring a powerful treasure inside, while the rest of us have to go inside empty-handed? That's so unfair." The other participants immediately started complaining, feeling extremely envious of Yuan's soul weapon. "I see, then. I will bring my soul weapons with me," Yuan said. Huh? Soul weapons?" Long Yijun and the others raised their eyebrows. You have more than one?" Elder Xuan asked him in a dazed voice. Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to take out his other soul weapon, Empyrean Overlord. Forget about the others. Even Senior Nia's jaw dropped when he saw Yuan holding 2 soul weapons, one in each hand. Ignoring the difficulty of obtaining 2 soul weapons, what kind of talent is required to wield 2 soul weapons at the same time? Senior Ni has never seen such talents before, even within the spirit heavens, and they have plenty of heavenly geniuses that would put most of the people here to shame. Just who is that young man? I cannot see the full extent of his talents, Senior Ni cried inwardly. By the way, young master, you can store your soul weapons within your body, Feng Yuxiang said to him. Really, how do I do that? Yuan asked. Just imagine your body as a spatial ring and the soul weapons being stored inside your body. Yuan nodded his head and followed Feng Yuxiang's instructions. A moment later, the Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss disappeared from his hands, yet he could still feel their presence inside his body, almost like how Feng Yuxiang dwells within his body. I think I'm ready to enter the mystic realm. I will see you all later, Yuan said to Long Yijun and the others who were too dazed to respond properly. Yeah, Gi, good luck, Long Yijun mumbled in a low voice. See you later, Disciple Yuan. Elder Shan and Elder Xuan said, Don't go easy on them, Disciple Yuan. Elder Dai said to him with a smile on her face, That's right. Go beat them senseless, young master. Make them regret being born. Feng Yuxiang cheered for him. Have fun, Brother Yuan. Xiaohua said to him with a relaxed expression, almost like she had no concern at all, that she was absolutely confident in Yuan's ability. See you later, Yuan, Meixiu said to him. After saying his goodbyes, Yuan, Xuejie, and Gao Dongya approached the other participants with the token in their grasp. It was at this moment the sect masters and all of the experts there realized something, as they were too shocked by many other things to realize this before. Wait a damn moment. That spirit master was a participant this entire time? But he's clearly wearing the sect elder's uniform for the Dragon Essence Temple, and if I didn't mention it already, he's a damn spirit master. That's right. How could a spirit master possibly qualify for the mystic realm? What's going on here, Sect Master Long? The experts there didn't want to believe that someone under 30 years old could possibly become a spirit master. If someone like that truly exists and enters the mystic realm, the other participants won't be able to compete with someone like that. It'd be a one-sided slaughter. Long Yijun burst out laughing after seeing the other sect master's reactions, and he spoke in a loud and clear voice so that everybody could hear him. I know many of you are in disbelief and doubting everything at this moment, and I do not blame you for that. In fact, I would probably be doing the same thing if I were in your shoes. However, this is reality. Not only is my disciple a spirit master, but he's also only 18 years old. Ha ha ha! Good luck to everyone participating in the mystic realm. If I were to give you one piece of advice, give up while you can. The complexion of the sect masters and the participants alike turned as white as sheets after hearing Long Yijun's words, their faces filled with disbelief and immense shock. Reaching spirit master as an 18-year-old? Where on earth did this cultivation monster come from, and why does the Dragon Essence Temple have someone like him helping them out? Spirit Master, 18 years old? Senior Ni mumbled in a low voice, subconsciously comparing Yuan's talents to the top geniuses within the spirit heavens. Meanwhile, the other participants stared at Yuan with gawking looks on their faces as they watched him slowly approach them with an unfathomable aura surrounding his figure at this moment. In their eyes, Yuan looked much bigger than he did a moment ago, almost like he'd suddenly grown a couple of meters, and they felt like ants in comparison to his awe-inspiring presence. And when they realized that they were going to compete against this cultivation monster in the mystic realm, their confidence shattered like glass under the force of a hammer Chapter 307, entering the mystic realm.
Impossible! This is impossible! There's no way we can beat a monster like him! He's way above our league!
The participants felt as though someone from the upper heavens suddenly decided to come down to the lower heavens just to mess with them by showing off his heaven-defying talents in the mystic realm, where only talents mattered. Even for the sects with more than 3 tokens, they didn't feel any confidence in defeating the Dragon Essence Temple that only has 3 slots. In fact, even if the Dragon Essence Temple only had 1 slot and Yuan occupied that slot, they still wouldn't have any confidence despite having the advantage in numbers. 2 soul weapons and a Spirit Master cultivation base. The mystic realm is going to be exciting this year. Senior Ni smiled inwardly as his gaze remained on Yuan's figure. Once the Dragon Essence Temple joined the other participants, Senior Ni spoke loudly, "I will open the mystic realm in 5 minutes. Use this time to prepare yourself if you haven't already." The next 5 minutes felt like an eternity for the participants and the sect masters alike, even though it was a rare opportunity for these participants to show off their talents before someone from the spirit heavens. This cultivation monster came out of the blue and stole all of the spotlights without any effort. Meanwhile, the players were more shocked about Yuan's age, as that gave them a little more information on his mysterious identity. Player Yuan is only 18 years old. What a discovery. He's around my age. Wang Shuing thought to herself, feeling pleasantly surprised, Spirit Master. He definitely has the highest cultivation base out of all players as of this moment. Lightning Emperor thought to himself, realizing just how much he'd underestimated player Yuan's advantage. 5 minutes of absolute silence later, Senior Ni spoke. "I forgot to mention one more thing. Once you go inside, every sect will be separated from each other, so you won't immediately start fighting with each other the moment you go inside." After his sentence ended, Senior Ni began making weird signs with his hands before shouting out loud, "Open!" The symbols on each side of the gates suddenly began glowing golden, and the light coming from the mystic realm gradually grew brighter and brighter until it was nearly blinding. All of the participants narrowed their eyes at this bright light, and unbeknownst to them, they were fully enveloped by this warm light. Once the light subdued, the sect masters turned to look at the place where the participants had gathered, and as they'd expected, it was completely empty there, almost like all of the participants had disappeared like a ghost. "They have successfully entered the mystic realm," Senior Ni said to them before waving his hands and retrieving this massive mirror from his spatial ring, putting it directly in front of the sect masters. "We will be able to see the participants inside the mystic realm with this mirror of surveillance," Senior Ni said. A few moments later, the sect masters could see their own disciples in the mirror as well as the other participants, almost like they were watching a movie or something. However, Senior Ni was not finished, and he brought out a couple of crystal balls, 7 to be exact, that hovered in the air around him. "Connect," Senior Ni suddenly said. The 7 crystal balls began glowing a subtle blue light. "Can you all see it?" Senior Ni asked the crystal balls as though he was speaking to them. "Yes, I can see it perfectly." "Thank you for your troubles, Elder Ni." A feminine voice resounded from one of the 7 crystals. "It finally started. Huh. I wonder if there are any promising talents this year. What do you think, Senior Ni?" Another voice resounded from a new crystal. "There are definitely a few." Senior Ni nodded. "Oh, my anticipation just went up." Senior Ni then looked at the sect masters and the other spectators and said, "They are all sect elders from each of the 7 spirit academies, and they will be watching the spectacle with us." "Greetings, seniors." The sect masters there greeted the experts behind the crystal balls. "Good luck to all of your disciples," one of the crystals responded, sounding rather friendly. Meanwhile, once their vision returned, the participants were surprised to find themselves transported to some unfamiliar land. "So this is the mystic realm?" Shui Jie looked at her surroundings with a slightly dazed look on her face, realizing that they were no longer at the desolate land, but in a grassland in the middle of nowhere. "Hey," Gao Dongya suddenly spoke. What is it?" Shui Jie turned to look at his handsome face that had a frown on it. "Where is our third person?" Gao Dongya said in a serious voice. "Eh?" Shui Jie's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words, and she immediately looked around them. However, she could only see Gao Dongya there with her. "Where's Disciple Yuan? I thought he was supposed to be with us. Why did he get separated from us?" Shui Jie exclaimed. "Disciple Yuan, are you here?" Shui Jie began shouting his name at the top of her lungs, hoping that he was actually near them. But alas, nobody responded to her. Disciple Yuan. Shui Jie did not want to believe that they had been separated and continued shouting his name. "Stop your shouting, woman. It's clear that he was separated from us after entering the mystic realm. What are you going to do if you attract unwanted attention with your loudmouth? We don't have any cultivation to protect ourselves at this moment," Gao Dongya said to her. "Woman, loudmouth?" Shui Jie stared at Gao Dongya with a surprised look, as this is her first time seeing him being so vocal. "Anyways, we can only focus on ourselves for now and look for him later when we have some capability to protect ourselves. Let's find some place where we can cultivate," Gao Dongya then said. Although she was not happy about the way Gao Dongya addressed her, Shui Jie couldn't find any fault in his logic and nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 308, Separated from the Team. While Shui Jie and Gao Dongya looked around for a secure spot where they could cultivate safely, outside the mystic realm, Long Yujun and the others were baffled by Yuan's disappearance. "Where's Disciple Yuan? I thought each sect was supposed to be transported together," Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. The other sect masters were also puzzled by this, since they were also looking for Yuan, who was the #1 threat to them at this moment. "Where's the young master? I can't see him in the mirror at all," Feng Yusheng exclaimed after looking at every sect in the mirror. Meanwhile, on Zhao Hua's face was a deep frown, looking quite worried, even a little bit angry. Boom. Suddenly, Zhao Hua released her 3rd-level Spirit King cultivation base, scaring the living hell out of everybody there. Then they watched as Zhao Hua retrieved a massive sword that was thrice her size before flying towards Senior Ni, looking very aggressive. Senior Ni nearly had a heart attack when he saw Zhao Hua flying at him with a huge sword, and he also retrieved his own weapon to defend himself. "What do you think you're doing, fellow Taoist? Are you trying to anger the heavens by causing a commotion in the lower heavens?" Senior Ni asked her. "What happened? Who's the little girl?" The voices coming from the crystal ball were filled with shock and puzzlement when they saw a little girl attack Senior Ni. Zhao Hua stopped a few meters away from Senior Ni before pointing her massive sword at him and speaking in a serious voice. "What did you do to Brother Yuan? If you lie, I will cut you down." "Yuan, are you talking about that talented young man with the black mask? I had nothing to do with his disappearance, and I am as puzzled as you are. Furthermore, I only have the power to open and close the mystic realm." Nothing else. Once they enter the mystic realm, I have no control, Senior Ni said. Calm down and put your sword away before you anger the heavens. Senior Ni then said. Xiao Hua did not immediately put her sword away and stared at Senior Ni in silence. A few moments later, Xiao Hua lowered the sword, handling the massive thing as though it was as light as a branch. Senior Ni glanced at the sword in Xiao Hua's hands, and his heart skipped a beat when he realized its quality. Mythic-grade treasure, he cried inwardly. Mythic-grade treasures were 2 grades above divine grade, and they are almost non-existent even in the spirit heavens. This little girl is definitely from a place even higher than spirit heavens. I cannot offend her no matter what. Senior Ni cleared his throat before speaking. I know you're worried about that young man's disappearance, but believe me when I say you don't have to. The mystic realm is not an evil place. In fact, it's the complete opposite, being a place where people can go inside and train, and nobody has ever died inside. As for why that young man was separated from his group, one can only assume that the mystic realm made a mistake and separated him by accident. But you don't have to worry, since he'll most likely show up sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hua said, If Brother Yuan doesn't return in 1 month, Xiao Hua will make you take responsibility. Senior Ni swallowed nervously after hearing Xiao Hua's threatening words. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? That's Senior Ni from. I understand. Senior Ni, interrupted one of the voices coming from the crystal ball, and he continued, I will take full responsibility if that young man doesn't return. Xiao Hua nodded her head before returning to the Dragon Essence Temple's side and proceeded to act as nothing had happened, dumbfounding everyone there. Who was that little girl just now? One of the voices from the crystal ball asked afterward. I don't know. However, she's a 3rd-level spirit king with a mythic-grade treasure. I'm pretty confident that she came from a realm even above the spirit heavens. Senior Ni explained to them. What? Above the spirit heavens? What is such an individual doing at the lower heavens? The voices expressed their shock and disbelief. I know. I almost couldn't believe it at first, but I don't know of a Xiao Hua in the spirit heavens, and there's no way such an individual could be a nobody. Senior Ni sighed, and he continued. As for that young man, I can only hope that he returns, or my life is in danger. The crystal balls remained silent. None of them would have imagined that such a situation could be possible, that a spirit king's life could be in danger in the lower heavens, where spirit lords are non-existent, much less a spirit king. You worry too much, Xiao Hua. The young master will be fine, even if the heavens fall on him. Feng Yushang said to her after she returned. Xiao Hua didn't say anything, only nodding her head, still with a slight frown on her face. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, after opening his eyes, Yuan found himself surrounded by dried trees and leaves. Where am I? What happened to the other 2? Yuan raised his eyebrows with a puzzled look on his face. Disciple Shui? Disciple Gao? Are you 2 here? Yuan shouted their names, but alas, there was no response, almost like he was the only one there. After standing around for a few moments, Yuan suddenly turned to look in a certain direction, as he could hear a faint whisper coming from that direction. Come here. Who's there? Yuan called out to the voice. However, the voice continued to beckon him. Come, here, Yuan swallowed nervously. Although the voice gave an eerie vibe, he couldn't feel any malice from it. After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to follow this voice. Chapter 309, Following the Voice Here. Come here. The voice continued to beckon Yuan, its volume increasing the longer he followed the voice. While Yuan subconsciously followed the voice, he checked his own body. Cultivation. 1st-level spirit apprentice. Legacy. None. Bloodline. None. Physique. Heaven-refining physique. Physical strength. 134. Mental strength. 375. Soul strength. 310. Physical defense. 110. Mental defense. 1,221. His cultivation had been wiped like they said it would, and he was only at the 1st-level spirit apprentice. However, for whatever reason, he didn't feel as weak as he did when he was at the same level before. Perhaps it was the soul weapons in his body, but he felt pretty confident in his own strength despite his low cultivation base. As for his techniques, all of them remained unchanged. However, if he wanted to use them, he'd need to increase his qi because he wouldn't be able to use most of his techniques at his current cultivation base. Half an hour later, Yuan suddenly stopped walking when he realized that the voice was no longer calling for him. He looked around, and to his surprise, he could see an ancient-looking temple in the distance from where he was standing. "Is this the place the voice wanted me to go to?" Yuan mumbled to himself as he approached this temple that was about half a mile away. As Yuan got closer to the temple, he realized how run down the place looked, almost like it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yuan stood directly in front of the staircase that led to the temple a few minutes later with a pondering expression on his face. "Does that voice belong to the faceless person? Why is it calling for me?" he wondered. After standing there for a few moments, Yuan decided to walk up the stairs and enter the temple since he won't have any answers without approaching the source. There were exactly 100 steps on the staircase to the temple, and upon reaching the top, Yuan could see the inside of this temple through the empty doorway. After taking a deep breath, Yuan entered the temple. Inside the temple was a long and empty room except for the 10-meter-tall stone tablet at the end of this room that had refined angles and clean words engraved onto it, looking pristine overall, almost like it was newly built, in contrast to the rest of the temple that was ancient and on the verge of collapsing. Furthermore, there was not even a speck of dust on this tablet made of marble, almost as though someone cleaned it very recently. Yuan tilted his head to look at the words carved into this tablet, but alas, he was unable to understand the language. However, despite not understanding a thing, Yuan still felt a sense of awe and dominance from the way the words were carved into the stone tablet, as each line was filled with precision and confidence. What's this feeling I'm getting from these words? It feels so familiar for some reason. Yuan gently caressed the words on the stone tablet with his fingers, feeling slightly nostalgic, almost like he'd seen these words before. Anyways, what happened to the voice? Yuan then looked around while speaking in a loud voice. Why did it call me to this place? I'm here just like you wanted. Say something, anything. However, there was no response. Yuan scratched his head, unsure of what he should do now. Well, I should follow the sect master's instructions and quickly increase my cultivation base before I roam the mystic realm. Before entering the mystic realm, Long Yijin gave them some advice, and one of them was to start cultivating as soon as they can so they have some capabilities to protect themselves. Yuan proceeded to sit down directly in front of the stone tablet, and took a deep breath before he began cultivating. Due to your title, Pang City's hero, cultivation speed has increased by 10% due to your untainted body. Cultivation speed has increased by 1,000%. Environmental effect has increased your cultivation speed by 400%. Environmental effect has increased your cultivation speed by 400%. What? 400%? This place is almost like the Dragon Peak that had 500%. Yuan was shocked by this large number. Is this because of the immense spiritual energy in the mystic realm, or this place specifically? He recalls Long Yijun mentioning about the mystic realm having an abundant amount of spiritual energy, but he didn't expect it to be this much. At this rate, he'll reach Spirit Warrior in no time. Thus, Yuan began reciting the cultivation technique in his head, absorbing the spiritual energy in the temple at a rapid pace. Plus 7,502 ki, plus 7,411 ki. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second-level Spirit Apprentice, all stats, plus 150. After literally 2 seconds of cultivation, Yuan had a breakthrough and reached the second level. A few more seconds later, he enters the third level, and so on. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached third-level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached fourth-level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached fifth-level Spirit Apprentice. You have reached sixth-level Spirit Apprentice. In slightly less than 10 minutes since he started cultivating, Yuan had managed to increase his cultivation base by an entire realm, entering first-level Spirit Warrior with ease. You have reached first-level Spirit Warrior all stats plus 1,000. Yuan stood up to stretch after entering the Spirit Warrior realm for the third time in this life. The voice still hasn't returned. Why exactly did it bring me to this place? It probably has something to do with this stone tablet, but I don't understand it. Yuan sighed. Just as he prepared to sit back down and cultivate some more, Yuan heard a gentle voice resound behind him, causing him to turn around. Who are you?" This voice asked him in a slightly nervous tone. When Yuan turned around, he could see a pretty young lady with silky long black hair and azure blue eyes wearing plain green clothes standing at the entrance of the temple, and on her face was a slightly surprised expression, almost like she didn't expect to see anyone in this place. Furthermore, she was holding a bamboo basket in her arms, looking like she was a villager out to gather herbs. However, what surprised him the most was the powerful aura that surrounded this young lady's figure as Spirit Master. Yuan cried inwardly. He had mistaken this young lady as a fellow participant at first, but there is no way anyone would be able to reach Spirit Master so quickly when their cultivation bases were wiped after entering this place. So there was only one explanation for this. This young lady was a native in the mystic realm. To think he'd encounter a Spirit Master cultivator so quickly after entering the mystic realm, nobody would have ever imagined this. However, whether this encounter is a fortunate one or not is still unknown. "Hello." Yuan greeted her in a friendly voice, and he continued. "My name is Yuan." Chapter 310, Sword Marks Yuan. The azure-eyed beauty raised her eyebrows, and she asked, "I don't recognize you. What are you doing here at my lord's stone tablet?" "Your lord? I'll apologize in advance if I'm not supposed to be here, but I was called here by a voice," Yuan said to her. "A voice? What did the voice tell you?" the azure-eyed beauty asked him, seemingly intrigued by his situation. "It only told me to come here." Yuan shrugged. "Is that so?" the azure-eyed beauty mumbled before she started moving again, approaching his direction, or more specifically, the stone tablet behind Yuan. "I'll assume that you're not from around here since I don't recognize your aura," she said to him. "Yes, I came here with my fellow disciples, but we somehow got separated." Yuan explained his situation briefly. "I see." The azure-eyed lady stopped moving once she stood directly in front of the stone tablet. She then placed the bamboo basket in her arms down before kneeling on the floor and kowtowing to the stone tablet. After a moment of stillness, the young lady lifted her head and retrieved a towel from the basket, and she began wiping the stone tablet as though it was a fragile treasure. What is this place?" Yuan decided to ask her. "This place doesn't have a name, nor does it have any other purpose besides housing my lord's stone tablet," she responded in a calm voice. "Your lord?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Yes, my family served him for countless generations, and it's my job to clean his stone tablet once a month. However, I come here at least once a week since I have nothing else to do." After spending a few minutes cleaning the stone tablet, she turned to look at Yuan in the eyes and spoke. "You mentioned a voice calling you to this place, right?" Yuan nodded his head. "Well, there's actually a barrier made of sword aura protecting this temple if you didn't know, and unless you're protected by my family's blessing, it's impossible to get near this place, much less enter the temple." The azure-eyed lady revealed to him. "Sword aura?" Yuan mumbled in a low voice, finding this word very familiar after pondering for a moment. He recalled Xiaohua briefly explaining sword aura to him before. "I don't know how you bypassed the barrier, nor anything about this voice you heard, but you're here for a reason." "I see, thank you. Can I get your name?" Yuan asked her upon realizing that she hasn't introduced herself yet. The young lady then spoke. "My name is Lan Yingying, and I'm the guardian of this unnamed temple. Miss Lan, if you don't mind me asking, do you know what's written on this stone tablet? Maybe it'll give me a hint or something," Yuan suddenly asked her. Lan Yingying turned to look at the stone tablet and said, "The words written on my lord's stone tablet don't mean anything, if you can even call it that." "Huh? What do you mean?" "These symbols are sword marks created by my lord when he was still alive and practicing his sword aura. At least that's what the legend says. Lan Yingying said, "Legend, how long has it been since he passed away?" Lan Yingying shook her head and said, "We don't know for sure when he disappeared, but it was definitely a few 100,000 years ago." A few 100,000 years ago?" Yuan exclaimed, as he truly didn't expect that this person had been dead for such a long time. "And you're still cleaning his stone tablet, despite such a long time? What's the purpose?" Yuan couldn't help but ask. "When my lord was still alive, he accepted my family's ancestors as his servants, and our family has been serving him since then, even if he's no longer in this world. Cleaning his stone tablet has become a tradition in my family since his disappearance," Lan Yingying said. "Anyways, I will be leaving now. I don't mind if you stay here, but don't make a mess, or I'll get angry," Lan Yingying said to him before leaving the temple. Yuan decided to remain in this place, since he wanted to be sure that there's really nothing here for him. After Lan Yingying left the place, Yuan took a seat in front of the stone tablet again. Although he wasn't sure what was so special about the stone tablet, he had a feeling that it was related to why he was called here. Thus he began cultivating again. About an hour and a half later, he entered second-level Spirit Warrior. Another hour later, he breakthroughs to third-level Spirit Warrior. Yuan took a deep breath and opened his eyes, stopping his cultivation to look at the stone tablet in front of him. Sword marks. Yuan's gaze focused on the incredibly clean and sharp marks on the tablet. After spending 2 hours looking at the sword marks, Yuan returned to cultivating for another 2 hours, reaching the fourth-level Spirit Warrior realm. Yuan repeated this process until the sky began turning dark. At the end of the day, he'd managed to reach the fifth-level Spirit Warrior realm. After logging off the game, Yuan could already smell Mishu cooking dinner. "What happened to you, Yuan? You weren't with the other 2 disciples?" Mishu asked him during dinner. "I don't know either. I was separated from them before I was aware of it. Are you okay?" "Yes, I found this pretty safe area and managed to increase my cultivation base to the 5th-level Spirit Warrior realm. Xiaohua, she was really worried about you. She even makes you said, and she explained the situation that had occurred after his disappearance." "What? Xiaohua did that? Can you tell her not to worry and that I'm okay after dinner?" Yuan quickly said. "I will." Makeshu nodded. "Thank you." After dinner, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online to cultivate some more, whilst Makeshu went to deliver the news of Yuan's situation to Xiaohua and the others. Chapter 311, Studying Sword Aura. "Welcome back, Makeshu," Feng Yuxiang said to her the moment she logged back inside, acting as though her disappearance was only natural. Makeshu nodded and said, "I have some news for you regarding Yuan." "Brother Yuan?" Xiaohua was the one to react upon hearing his name, and she quickly asked, "What about Brother Yuan?" "I just wanted to let you know that even though he's separated from the other 2 disciples, he's still safe and sound," Meishu said. "What? How do you know that? Did you contact him somehow?" Long Yijun looked at her with a face of disbelief. How could one contact someone that's inside the mystic realm? He has never heard of this before. Mishu nodded. "Yes, I have a method of contacting Yuan." "So, Brother Yuan is safe?" Xiaohua asked her again, just in case. "Yes, he's safe and well. In fact, he's even reached 5th-level Spirit Warrior." What? 5th-level Spirit Warrior? But he's only been inside for a day," Elder Shan exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Heavens, at this rate, he'll return to his original cultivation base in no time," Elder Xuan mumbled. "Ha ha ha! As expected of Disciple Yuan. His talents know no bounds." Long Yijun laughed out loud. The other sects looked at the Dragon Essence Temple as though they were crazy. What the heck are they talking about? Their number 1 disciple is missing, and they look quite happy, and the sect master is even laughing out loud. "Thank heavens." Xiaohua released a sigh of relief after hearing that Yuan was fine. Meanwhile, inside the mystic realm, Yuan spends another hour looking at the stone tablet. Miss Lan mentioned that this place is surrounded by sword aura. Now that I'm a spirit warrior again, I can use my divine sense. Let's see if I can see this sword aura with my divine sense. Thus Yuan closed his eyes and activated his divine sense, extending it as far as he could manage. But alas, he was unable to see this sword aura. However, with that being said, he could sense an unfamiliar aura around the temple. "Is this sword aura? I can sense it, but not see it," Yuan mumbled in a pondering voice. He continued to feel this sword aura, trying to understand it, for as long as his divine sense could hold up. When he could no longer use his divine sense due to exhaustion, he began cultivating to restore his spiritual energy. Once he was full of energy again, Yuan used his divine sense to inspect the sword aura around the place, and the longer he looked at it, the more he understood it. At least that was the feeling he was getting. It was almost like that time when Xiaohua read her book to him for the first time. He couldn't comprehend a single thing at first. But as he listened to it, he gradually understood it more and more until he eventually learned the technique. Thus, from night to sunrise, Yuan studied the sword aura in fascination, almost like he was mesmerized by its existence. Yuan logged off for breakfast, returning shortly after to study it some more. In the afternoon, Yuan retrieved his divine sense and took a deep breath afterward. He then turned to look at the sword marks on the stone tablet, and he proceeded to stare at it for hours without moving a single muscle. Suddenly, he began closing his eyes, feeling a familiar sensation overwhelm his body. "This feeling enlightenment?" Yuan mumbled in a low voice as his mind drifted. Even though his eyes were closed, Yuan could still see the stone tablet in his mind, and he could see each and every sword mark clearly, almost like he still had his eyes open. Suddenly, the sword marks on the stone tablet began disappearing. A few moments later, all of the sword marks disappeared with the stone tablet completely clean and untouched. A few more seconds later, Yuan could see a figure suddenly appear before the stone tablet with its back facing him, and in this figure's grasp was an ordinary sword. Yuan then watched as this figure raised the sword in its grasp and struck the stone tablet repeatedly, creating multiple sword marks on it. A few minutes later, the stone tablet returned to its original form with many sword marks on it. However, the sword marks disappeared again a few seconds later. Once all of the sword marks were gone, the figure repeated the actions and struck the stone tablet with its sword using the exact same movements, and this scene repeated tens, hundreds of times inside Yuan's head. Yuan's enlightenment continued throughout the night, even forgetting to log off for dinner. "He's still inside the game?" After cooking dinner, Mishu waited for Yuan to come out of the game, but in the end he remained inside the game. And not wanting to disturb him, Megshu quietly put his dinner in the refrigerator before calling it a night. The following morning, Megshu woke up to see Yuan's condition, but alas, he was still inside the game. Megshu decided to not log into the game until Yuan returns like last time while she waited. She went to look at the auction and other things online to kill time. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, Yuan had just witnessed the figure strike the stone tablet thousands of times, and with every strike he could sense the sword aura from the sword and the sword marks much clearer. Suddenly, Yuan stood up inside his mind, and he approached the figure. A few seconds later, Yuan stood exactly where the figure once stood and with a sword in his grasp. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began replicating the figure's sword movement, almost like he'd become that figure himself. 1, 2, 3, Yuan struck the stone tablet 3 times, but there were no marks on the stone tablet. However, Yuan didn't stop and continued to strike the stone tablet. 100, 200, 300 strikes. After striking the stone tablet hundreds of times inside his mind, completely unbeknownst to him, a profound aura that resembled sword aura began appearing around Yuan's real body. Chapter 312, Advanced Sword Mastery. "I wonder if that young man is still there," Lan Yingying mumbled to herself as she approached the unnamed temple shortly after sunrise. While she normally visits the temple once a week to clean the stone tablet, she has been experiencing a weird sensation in her chest ever since she met the masked man 2 days ago, almost like her guts was telling her to return to the temple. About half an hour of walking later, Lan Yingying arrived at the temple, and she could already feel something different in the air before she even stepped onto the staircase to the temple. This aura, it can't be. Lan Yingying quickly ascended the staircase, when she realized the type of aura she was experiencing. A few moments later, she stood at the entrance of the temple and looked inside, and to her surprise, the masked person was still there. Furthermore, there was even a subtle amount of sword aura emitting from his body. Of course, the most shocking part about all of this was his cultivation base, which had increased exponentially since their last meeting only 2 days ago. My lord, he was a first-level spirit warrior just 2 days ago. Now he's a 5th-level spirit warrior? How can anyone cultivate so fast? Lan Yingying covered her mouth in shock when she realized Yuan's immense growth. She has seen many geniuses in her lifetime, but she has never seen someone with as much talent as this masked individual who'd managed to learn sword aura as a spirit warrior. No, there is one person she can think of who could possibly rival this person in terms of talent, the lord her family used to serve, who was known to have unrivaled talents, and a legendary sword master. Lan Yingying didn't want to disturb Yuan, so she quietly turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as she turned around, she noticed a change on the stone tablet that she has cleaned ever since she could walk. The sword marks? They're reacting to that individual's sword aura? Impossible! Lan Yingying nearly cried out loud after seeing the sword aura that was left behind by the person who made the sword marks reacting for the first time in her life. Who is this person? Lan Yingying wondered with a serious look on her face, and she decided to stay around to witness the situation for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's head, he struck the stone tablet for the 1000th time, creating a small cut on the stone tablet, and the sword in his grasp was emitting weak sword aura. This is the feeling I was looking for. Yuan's eyes flickered with profoundness, and he continued to strike the stone tablet. The more he practiced his sword aura, the deeper and cleaner the cuts got. 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. Yuan struck the stone tablet over 10,000 times without stopping, his understanding of sword aura increasing with every strike. Meanwhile, the training inside his mind also reflected in the real world, as his sword aura grew increasingly stronger and sharper. If one were to drop a piece of paper on top of Yuan right now, it would definitely be torn to shred the moment it touches the sword aura surrounding him. Lan Yingying watched as Yuan improved his sword aura at a frightening rate. Suddenly she noticed that the sword aura in the sword marks was actually leaving the stone tablet and being absorbed by Yuan's sword aura. What? He's absorbing my lord's sword aura. No, my lord's sword aura is attracted to him. It's going towards him on its own will. Lan Yingying was shocked to the core when she realized what was happening. It took a couple of hours, but eventually Yuan absorbed all of the sword aura on the stone tablet. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind swept the place when Yuan absorbed the last bit of sword aura from the stone tablet. Lan Yingying, who was standing all the way at the entrance, noticed small tears on her clothes when the sword aura touched her, despite standing so far away from Yuan. What intense sword aura! Lan Yingying didn't care about her clothes being destroyed by Yuan's sword aura, or more precisely, she was too focused on him to care about such a minor thing. The sword aura around Yuan subdued a few moments later, and he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath afterward. Your mastery with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. Your novice sword mastery has developed into advanced sword mastery. You have understood the basics of sword aura. You have learned sword aura. Congratulations. You have been awarded the title Swordmaster Advanced Sword Mastery. Description greatly improves your control with the sword by 30% and increases all damage dealt with swords by 50%. Your enemies will feel more pain from your sword attacks as your damage increases. Your sword techniques will also have more impact. Requires no activation. Sword Aura Mastery Level 1. Description allows you to convert your spiritual energy into sword aura and treat it as though it's a real sword. Increases sword damage and sharpness. The effects increase with mastery level. So this is sword aura, huh? I feel like I'm surrounded by invisible swords. Yuan looked at his hand that was protected by sword aura. Huh? Isn't this kind of like chi manifestation? he mumbled in a pondering voice. Who's there? Yuan suddenly noticed a presence behind him and turned around. Eh? You're Miss Lan? Yuan immediately recognized her pretty face and unique azure-colored eyes. However, there was something different about her this time, more precisely, her appearance, her clothes. They were ragged, almost like someone had used a knife and slashed her clothes a dozen times until it turned into this sad state, and a lot of her skin was exposed by the holes in her clothes. Are you okay? Yuan pointed at her shredded clothes, completely oblivious that he was the culprit. Lan Yingying looked down with a nonchalant expression before speaking. Never mind that. I want you to meet my family. Can you come with me now? Chapter 313. When can we expect a child? You want me to meet your family? Why? Yuan looked at Lan Yingying with wide eyes. Because I want to confirm something. Perhaps it might even have something to do with you being here, she said in a calm voice. Really? Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Since she's the guardian of this place, and her family used to serve the swordmaster who marked this stone tablet, they might know something about the voice that beckoned him, perhaps even the faceless individual he saw outside the mystic realm. Lan Yingying nodded and said, It's only half an hour away from this place. Follow me. She then turned around and walked out of the temple in a casual manner, acting as though her clothes weren't in such a shabby state. Yuan didn't linger around and proceeded to follow her outside the temple. After some time, he could no longer hold his curiosity and decided to ask her, What happened to your clothes? Did you encounter a powerful magical beast on your way here? Lan Yingying looked at him without stopping her legs, and she said, There are no magical beasts in this area. As for why my clothes are in this state? Lan Yingying raised her hand and pointed her finger at him. You're the one who made my clothes like this. Your sword aura, to be exact. Wub? What? I am terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. Yuan was shocked to hear that he was the cause of her ridiculous appearance. I know you don't have to say anything. It was my fault for being so nosy and getting too close anyways. Lan Yingying shrugged it off casually. Thank you, Miss Lan, Yuan said to her, feeling relieved that she didn't blame him. Half an hour later, they arrived at this spacious land in the middle of the dead forest, and at the center of this place was a large wooden cabin alongside a couple of smaller buildings. You live here? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect a young girl like Lan Yingying to live in a place like this, especially since she looked so noble and graceful, almost like a noble in a big family. Yes, and my grandparents, she said. Oh ho, what a surprise. An old man with long white hair and a medium white beard came out of the cabin before they could even approach it. Grandma, come, look at this. Look at what Yinger brought home. It's a man, and our dear granddaughter even looks like a mess. The old man suddenly began shouting out loud in a voice full of excitement. What, a man? Impossible! Another voice quickly resounded, and a few seconds later, an old lady also came out of the house and stood beside the old man. Heavens! Look at her appearance. Looks like they had plenty of fun before coming back here. I'm back, grandfather, grandmother, Lan Yingying said to them, acting like she didn't hear their loud words just now. Hey, boy, are you my granddaughter's boyfriend? Where did you two meet? How long have you been dating? Have you done that yet? The old man suddenly began bombarding Yuan with questions. Calm down, you old fool. What if you scare him away? This is the first time she brought home a man, too. I'll skin you alive, old fool. The old lady even smacked the old man's butt as she scolded him. Hello, young man. You can ignore this old fart. With that being said, when can we expect a child from you two? The old lady spoke with a grin on her face. Meanwhile, Yuan was left speechless by their weird questions. Grandfather, grandmother, stop joking around. This is a serious matter regarding the Lord's stone tablet. Lan Yingying said to them with a slight frown on her face. The Lord's stone tablet. Her grandparents' face suddenly became serious upon hearing her words. What about the Lord's stone tablet? Did something happen? The old man then asked with a frown on his face. Lan Yingying nodded her head before pointing at Yuan and speaking. The Lord's stone tablet reacted to him, allowing him to absorb the sword aura left behind by the Lord. What? The both of them exclaimed in a shocked voice. Don't tell me he's the Lord's descendant? The old lady spoke in a trembling voice. I brought him here to see if that is the case or not, Lan Yingying said. After a moment of silence, the old man said, Come inside first. We'll talk once we are feeling more comfortable. The grandparents then entered the house. Let's go, Yuan, Lan Yingying said to him before going inside the house. Although it felt weird to enter a stranger's home, Yuan didn't feel any malevolence from them and decided to trust them. Once they were inside, Yuan sat around a large table with the others. Give me more context, the old man then said. Lan Yingying nodded and proceeded to recall everything she knew from her first meeting with Yuan 2 days ago to their second meeting today. I see. Can you tell me a little bit more about yourself, young man? The old man then turned to look at Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, I came here with my fellow disciples, but we got separated on our way here, and before I knew it, I was in the forest. Then I heard this voice that beckoned me, so I followed it, and the voice led me to the temple. The grandparents pondered for a moment before speaking. If you don't mind me asking, what is your purpose for coming to this place? To be completely honest with you, I have no clue. Yuan shrugged. The grandparents exchanged looks with each other, and the old lady asked him a moment later, Young man, did you perhaps come from the outside world? Yuan's eyes widened. The people here are aware of the outside world? That they're currently inside the mystic realm? Just what is this place? Chapter 314, Mystic Realm Atives. What? You think we wouldn't know about the world outside the mystic realm when you outsiders come here every 10 years? The old man said, and he continued, You know, the people of this world, the natives, our ancestors also used to live in the outside world, but they decided to live in this world instead, isolated from the outside world. Huh? But how's that possible? I thought we only have a month inside the mystic realm before we must leave. Yuan spoke in a dazed voice. Ha ha ha! Sure, that's how the mystic realm works nowadays. However, that wasn't the case during the ancient times when people could enter the mystic realm at will and without any restrictions, the old man said, and he continued, The mystic realm changed when it got an owner who turned this place into a massive trial of sorts, implementing the rules that you're experiencing now. Wow, I had no idea the mystic realm would have such a deep history. What about the people of this world? Can you guys leave the mystic realm? Yuan asked after his initial awe. The old lady shook her head and said, Unfortunately, we're stuck in this world. Before the owner created the rules for this world, he'd asked everybody in this world if they wanted to leave or stay in this world, and at that time our ancestors, with full knowledge that they won't be able to leave this place ever again, decided to stay in here. There is no way out of this world, only a way inside, not including the time limit of 1 month. The old man continued. Don't you want to go outside? Yuan suddenly asked. Not really. According to our ancestors, the spiritual energy in this world is much better than the spiritual energy outside. Although it's much smaller in this world, we'll get to live longer since we have a higher cultivation base, and there are not as many worldly conflicts here, the old lady explained. I guess the spiritual energy in this place is much more abundant than outside overall. Yuan couldn't deny this, since he'd experienced it for himself firsthand. To tell you the truth, not everyone in this world is like us, as most of the natives aren't very fond of outsiders, since many of them are jealous of your ability to leave this place. Therefore, it's best to keep your identity as an outsider hidden, the old man revealed to him, taking him by surprise. I see. Thank you for the heads up. Yuan nodded. Anyways, returning to the topic at hand, we believe you're a descendant from our Lord's bloodline in the outside world, and we would like to check your blood if you don't mind, the old lady said. I highly doubt it, but what if I turn out to be a descendant? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Then we will serve you for the rest of our lives, at least until you have to leave the mystic realm. Lan Yingying said to him with a serious look on her face. Yuan looked at them with a perplexed expression. They're going to serve him. That didn't feel right to him for some reason. How will you test my blood? He still asked them a moment later. Oh, that's simple. You simply have to mix some of your blood with our blood to see if there's any reaction. If there's even the slightest reaction, it'll mean that you're the Lord's descendant, the old man explained. Are you willing? Yuan nodded. Seeing his approval, the old man turned to look at Lan Yingying and said, Go ahead, drop some of your blood into this bottle. Yes, grandfather. Lan Yingying retrieved a small knife from her spatial ring before cutting a decently large hole in her finger, startling Yuan with the amount of blood she squeezed into the bottle. Don't worry, we only need a drop of your blood. The old man laughed after seeing his nervous expression. After Lan Yingying stopped pouring her blood into the bottle, she licked the wound on her finger, and Yuan watched as the cut on her finger instantly healed. Go ahead, young man. The old man handed the bottle to Yuan afterward. Yuan nodded and retrieved his starry abyss before cutting a small wound on his thumb. A soul weapon? The old couple was shocked when they realized the treasure in Yuan's grasp, but they didn't say anything. A few seconds later, Yuan dripped a large drop of his blood inside the blood, and everybody there watched for any reaction in anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, half a minute passed without any reaction, and the old man placed the bottle down and sighed. Unfortunately, you're not the Lord's descendant, the old man said in a sighing voice. I see. Yuan nodded, feeling relieved for some reason. Well, even if you aren't the Lord's descendant, you're still a very talented young lad learning sword aura as a spirit warrior. You definitely qualify to sow your seed inside our granddaughter, the old lady said with a grin on her face. Sow my seed in her? What? Yuan was completely puzzled by their words. Don't mind them, Yuan. They've been like this ever since my parents died, and they're worried that our family's long legacy will end with me, Lan Yingying explained to him. Anyways, do you have any questions for them? Lan Yingying then asked him. Yuan nodded and said, Do you know anything about the voice that beckoned me to the temple? And what about that faceless person I saw? However, the old couple didn't respond to him, and on their face was a gawking expression. Their eyes filled with shock. What's the matter? Yuan asked them. You sure about that? A faceless person? The old man asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Do you know who that is? The old man swallowed nervously before speaking. That is most likely the Lord. Huh? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after learning this new information. Chapter 315, Faceless Statue. Can you please give some more description to this faceless person? What kind of clothes was he wearing? What color was his hair? How long was his hair? How tall was he? What kind of aura did he emit? The old man asked him in an anxious voice. Yuan nodded his head before closing his eyes to recall the faceless person. He was wearing black clothes with a golden outline. He had long black hair that was nearly as long as his body, and he looked a little bit taller than the average adult. Probably around 74 inches if I had to take a guess. As for his aura, he definitely gave the feeling of a noble or something otherworldly. What about his sword? Was he carrying a sword? The old man asked, his voice growing more excited as he spoke. A sword. Yuan pondered harder after a moment of silence. Yuan said, Oh, yeah, I think he was carrying a sword on his back. However, it looked like an ordinary sword, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. Ha ha ha, that's it. He definitely sounds like the Lord, the old man said as he stood up. Come with me. The old man then walked outside. Yuan and the others followed him outside. Once they were outside, the old man led them to a path that was behind the cabin. A few minutes later, they reached this small but empty area, and standing in the middle of this area was a statue made of some kind of metallic material. However, the most surprising part about this statue was its face, or more precisely, its lack of a face. Indeed, it was a statue of the faceless figure. Yuan was dumbstruck the moment his eyes laid on the statue. Is this the person that you saw? The old man asked him afterward. Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. Yes, although he looks slightly different, he is, without doubt, the faceless person I saw. Despite being a statue, it gave off a domineering aura, almost like it was a real person standing there. Although you're not the Lord's descendant, you're most likely related to him in some way, since he beckoned you to the stone tablet, the old man said. Just who is this Lord person, anyways? Yuan asked, and he continued, and why is he faceless even as a statue? Let me answer your second question first. The Lord, nobody has ever seen his face before, hence why his statue is faceless. Just like what you're doing right now, the Lord always wore a mask, ever since his first appearance to the day he disappeared from this world, the old man said. As for who the Lord is, we also don't know much about his existence except for the fact that he'd showed up one day out of the blue, exhibiting heaven-defying talents and obtaining admiration from countless people. Our ancestors were one of these people, hence why they decided to serve him. Also, he somehow managed to obtain control of the mystic realm, becoming its master. Oh, so he was the one who closed the mystic realm and turned it into a place of trials. Why did he do such a thing? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Nobody knows, honestly. The Lord was an eccentric person who exceeds all expectations. We will probably never know his true intentions. The old man sighed. I see then. Do you know anything about the mystic pagoda? Yuan decided to ask them, since Senior Ni made it sound like an important place. The mystic pagoda? That's where the Lord used to live, the old lady said to him, and she continued. Don't tell me the outsiders are still trying to open it. They should give up already. Eh? Seeing the puzzlement in Yuan's eyes, the old lady explained. Every 10 years, the outsiders will try to open up the mystic pagoda. But it's useless. Only the owner of the mystic realm can enter that place. But nobody but the Lord knows how to do it. Even to this day, nobody else besides the Lord has managed to become the master of this place. Is that so? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Anyways, do you have any more questions? If not, why don't you and our granddaughter here go conceive a child or two? After all, you only have a month in this world. The old lady suddenly said to him with a smile on her face. What? Yuan looked at the granny with wide eyes. Why are you still joking about that grandmother? Lan Yingying shook her head in a calm manner. Joke? Do I look like I'm joking? Her grandmother turned to look at her with a serious expression on her face. Lan Yingying's eyes widened slightly at this. You're serious? She mumbled in a dazed voice. Of course, this young man has extraordinary talents. He definitely qualifies to help us continue our lineage, the old lady said. Our legacy has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. We're not going to let it end with you, Yingying. The old man also said with a profound look on his face. The two old couple emitted a fearsome aura at this moment, causing both Yuan and Lan Yingying to shudder. It was at this moment a loud and sharp, ear-piercing cry suddenly resounded in the area. But it didn't sound like it came from a human. Che, the old man sneered with an annoyed look on his face. They don't learn, do they? Then, to Yuan's surprise, the old man suddenly levitated off the ground and flew into the sky. A spirit, Grand Master? Yuan exclaimed. However, Yuan quickly realized that the aura coming from the old man surpassed even Feng Yuxiang, who was a peak spirit Grand Master. In other words, there was a good chance this old man was a spirit lord. A few moments later, a very large bird covered in black metallic feathers could be seen flying towards their direction, and it emitted a familiar aura. The aura of a spirit Grand Master. What on earth is that? Yuan was shocked by this large bird that was slightly larger than a football field. However, the old man remained completely tranquil despite facing such an intimidating monster. Did you anger your master or something? Why else would he send you here to your death? The old man shook his head before lifting his hand and pointing at the large bird, mumbling in a low voice. Sacred fire, whoosh. A massive rotating ball of sparkling white flames suddenly appeared in front of the old man's finger. Begone! The old man released the ball of white flames, shooting it directly at the massive bird. Krog. The large bird released a painful cry as the white flames engulfed its entire body instantly. However, the noises didn't last more than a few seconds, as the white flames quickly consumed its massive body until even its ashes completely disappeared from this world. After disintegrating the large bird, the old man returned to their side and spoke with an innocent smile on his face, acting like he'd just gotten rid of an insect and not a powerful magical beast. Anyways, why don't the two of you go find a room and start working on that child? We don't have that much time after all. Chapter 316, Unique Charisma. Grandfather, we just met and are no different than strangers. How can you ask me to conceive a child with him? Not to mention our situation, Lan Yingying said to him. So what if you're strangers? Your relationship won't matter regardless, since he'll be leaving in a month, whether you like it or not. The old man said, Even if you say that, what about his opinion on this matter? Lan Yingying turned to look at Yuan, who looked very confused about the current situation. Do we even need to ask him? Who could possibly refuse our beautiful granddaughter, and why do you seem so reluctant? If you don't continue our lineage, who will take care of the Lord's stone tablet in the future? Who will be here to greet the Lord when he returns? The old man sighed. Wait a minute, Yuan suddenly interrupted. What do you mean by your last words? Hasn't it been hundreds of thousands of years since the Lord disappeared from this place? Can a human even live that long? The old man chuckled after hearing his words, and he spoke a moment later. Of course not. No human would be able to live that long. However, the Lord is not dead, and while we say he disappeared, the Lord merely left the mystic realm and hasn't returned since then. Although we don't know where he went or what he's doing outside with his heaven-defying talents, we're certain that he could reach the peak of cultivation and become a real immortal. True immortals can live millions of years with ease, nor are they affected by the passage of time. They also can't die from natural causes such as diseases or old age, and the only way they can die is if someone kills them. But even that requires some effort, and as long as the Lord is alive, he'll definitely return to this world in the future. That's what he promised my ancestors right before he left, after all, the old man said with a confident smile on his face. Yuan was speechless. He was simply amazed by their loyalty to this Lord person. If he had to wait hundreds of thousands of years, even potentially millions of years for someone to return, he would have probably lost faith long ago. Anyways, thank you for teaching me so much about this world, but I have to leave now as I still need to regroup with my team, Yuan said to them a moment later. What? You're leaving already? But you still haven't done anything with our granddaughter. At least sow your seeds in her before you leave, the old lady quickly said. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, Yuan then said. The old couple exchanged looks with each other. What kind of life has this young man been living that made him so innocent? What about his parents? Ahem. The old man cleared his throat and said, In other words, I want you and my granddaughter to have a child together. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. While he doesn't know anything about giving birth since nobody has taught him about the subject, he at least knew how much responsibility it was to have children. But I won't be in this world in a month, and I don't think I'm ready to bear so much responsibility, Yuan said to them a moment later. It's fine, even if you leave. We aren't asking for you to take responsibility either. You simply need to impregnate our granddaughter so that our lineage will continue. We'll take care of everything else after that, the old lady said. Yuan looked at the old couple for a moment before turning to look at Lan Yingying. After a moment of silence, Yuan lowered his head and apologized to them. I'm sorry, but if I ever have children, I want to be there for them, you see. Even though I was adopted at a young age, I never knew my real parents or what they look like, and I don't want my own children to experience the same loneliness I felt before I was adopted. I hope you can understand. The old couple was left speechless by Yuan's words. As much as they wanted him to conceive a child with their granddaughter, they couldn't force him. After a moment of silence, the old man nodded and said, I see. I will also apologize if you felt pressured by us. If you don't want to, we won't force you. What a pity we have been looking for someone like you for such a long time, too. The old lady sighed in a regretful voice. The old man then said, "Yingjing, go show the young man the way out and take him to the nearest city. Although there should be no magical beasts around this place, there are magical beasts roaming outside, and they might be a little too much for him to handle even if he understands sword aura." "Okay." Lan Yingying nodded. "Thank you, seniors. It was nice meeting you," Yuan said to them. "Just call us Grandpa Lan and Grandma Lan. I'm also glad that we got to meet a genius like you, since it gives us a feeling of what our ancestors might have felt when they met the Lord for the first time," said Grandpa Lan. "If you decide to change your mind about having a child with our granddaughter before leaving this place, you can come back here at any time." "My granddaughter will always be available for you," Grandma Lan said to him. Sometime later, Lan Yingying led Yuan away from the cabin and towards the direction of the unnamed temple. "Isn't it strange, Grandpa?" Grandma Lan spoke after Yuan left. "What?" "How we don't dislike him even though he's a human. In fact, I even liked him very much," she said. "I know how you feel, Grandma. There was just something attractive about him. Perhaps it's his unique charisma. I wonder if this is what our ancestors felt when they met the Lord. If so, I can totally understand why they decided to serve him," Grandpa Lan said with a smile on his face. And the two of them returned to the cabin shortly after Chapter 317, Blue Star. "Let me see the stone tablet one more time before we leave this place," Yuan said to Lan Yingying when they returned to the temple. Lan Yingying nodded her head, and they climbed the staircase, entering the temple a moment later. Yuan approached the stone tablet. Once he was directly in front of it, he clasped his hands together and bowed to the stone tablet. "I don't know why you called me here, and I might never find out. But thank you for showing me this place, allowing me to learn sword aura." Yuan paid his respect to the stone tablet. After Yuan lifted his head, he continued, "Maybe I'll even see you in the upper heavens when I decide to ascend this world. At that time, I'll thank you properly." Sometime later, Lan Yingying led Yuan away from the temple. As they walked, Lan Yingying suddenly asked him, "Hey, what's the outside world like?" "Eh? The outside world? It hasn't been long since I came to this place, so I can't really tell you what's different. Sorry," he said. "Don't mind it." She shook her head with a somewhat gloomy feeling in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked her, "Do you want to go outside?" A profound glint appeared in Lan Yingying's eyes, and she nodded her head. "I'd be lying if I say I am not curious about the outside world. I think it's unfair," Yuan suddenly said, and he continued, "how your ancestors' decision to stay in this world also affected their children, and so on. If someone wants to leave this place, they should have the choice to do so. At least that's what I believe." A small smile appeared on Lan Yingying's pretty face after hearing Yuan's words. "Then why don't you try to become the master of this place and set us all free?" Lan Yingying suddenly said, "But nobody knows how the Lord became the master, right? Even if I want to help you, I don't know what I should be doing." "The Mystic Pagoda." "Perhaps you'll find some clues there. Where is the Mystic Pagoda?" Yuan then asked. Lan Yingying lifted her hand and pointed to a certain direction in the sky. "Do you see that blue star? If you follow it, it'll lead you to the Mystic Pagoda." Following her fingers, Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he realized what she was talking about. "What? How could there be stars in the sky already? The sun hasn't even begun to set yet." Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice. "That star is a special star. You can see it throughout the day, no matter if it's day or night." "I see, thank you." Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying, and he continued in a somewhat awkward voice, "By the way, are you sure you want to continue walking around in that appearance? What if someone sees you?" Lan Yingying looked down at her own clothes that were still torn, and she said, "Oh, right, I nearly forgot." Lan Yingying suddenly stopped walking and proceeded to remove her clothes on the spot, taking Yuan by surprise. "You could have at least warned me." Yuan instinctively turned around to give her some privacy. "Okay, I'm done," Lan Yingying said a moment later, sounding very calm despite just changing her clothes in front of a man, and they continued walking shortly after, acting like nothing just happened. "How far away is the nearest city?" Yuan asked her after walking for an hour without seeing anything civilization in sight. About 7 days, give or take. She responded in a calm manner. 7 days? That's an entire week. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Just where the heck did the mystic realm take him? At this rate, he won't regroup with the others until there are only a few days left in the mystic realm. We're in the most isolated area in this world, so there's nothing we can do about it. Lan Yingying said. I see. I'm sorry for making you go through the trouble, and thank you. Yuan said to her, It's okay. I have nothing better to do anyway. Lan Yingying said, What do you normally do besides cleaning the stone tablet? Yuan decided to ask her. Cultivate and hunting ignorant magical beasts that dare to enter our area without permission. Just like that Onyx Crow. Lan Yingying said. Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing her words. After all, he also entered their place without any permission. Lan Yingying noticed his weird behavior and said, Don't worry, we are forbidden from harming humans unless they threaten us or show aggression first. This is a rule set by the Lord. I see. Yuan nodded, and they continued to walk in silence for a couple of hours, until Yuan suddenly realized something. Oh no, I completely forgot about Maichu. Yuan stopped walking and exclaimed. Maichu? Lan Yingying raised her eyebrows. Give me a moment. I'll be back in a bit, Yuan said to her before logging off the game. Maichu, are you here? Yuan called out for her when he logged off. I'm here, Yuan, she quickly responded. I'm sorry, I was too absorbed in the game and completely forgot to log off again, he said to her. Don't worry about it, she said to him. Let me go warm up your breakfast. After warming up the soup, she fed it to Yuan. Once again, I'm really sorry. It's okay, really. There's nothing else for me to do anyway. Yuan then said, If you want, you can play the game with Feng Feng and the others. You don't have to wait for me to finish the Mystic Realm, since that's going to take a while. Even though I am doing nothing but watching the participants, I enjoy it. It feels like I'm watching a movie or something, and the others are always engaged in something, Mixu said. Wait a moment, you can watch us from the outside. Yuan was surprised when he heard this. Yes, we can see everything the participants are doing using this treasure. However, for some reason, you're not shown? So we cannot see where you are or what you're doing, Mixu said to him. Chapter 318, Earth Dragon. If you can see the participants, does this mean you know where the other 2 disciples are at? Where are they? I need to regroup with them as soon as possible, and it would help a lot if I know where to go. Yuan said to her, Unfortunately, while we can see them, we don't know their exact location, especially since they have spent almost every minute in the same location ever since they entered the Mystic Realm, increasing their cultivation base, Meixu said. Once I learn of their location, I'll let you know immediately, she then added. Okay, thank you. I have to return to the game now. There's somebody waiting for me. Eh? Who are you with? A native from the Mystic Realm? I met her on the first day, and she's currently helping me reach the nearest city. However, it's going to take a week. Yuan sighed. Anyways, I'm going back now. Thank you for dinner. It was amazing as always. Sometime later, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online, whilst Mishu went to clean up before going back inside the game as well. Sorry for making you wait, Miss Lan. I'm back, Yuan said to her, who was just standing there with a dazed look on her face. Once she saw Yuan, Lan Yingying nodded her head and continued walking like nothing was out of the ordinary. After walking for an hour, Lan Yingying suddenly said, Do you want to run? It'll shorten the time. We need to get to the city by almost half, depending on how fast we run. Yuan nodded. If you don't mind? Thus, the 2 of them began speeding up and running across the empty grassland, following the direction of the blue star in the darkened sky. A couple of hours later, once the sky was completely dark and flickering with stars, Lan Yingying suddenly halted and said, Stop. Yuan quickly stopped and asked her, What's the matter? There's a magical beast ahead. First-level Spirit Master. I'll handle it, Lan Yingying said to him. Wait a moment. Yuan suddenly stopped her, and he continued a moment later. Can I handle this? I want to try out my sword aura. You want to fight a spirit master as a spirit warrior?
You're not even halfway to the peak of spirit warrior.
Lan Yingying looked at him with wide eyes, almost like she was looking at a crazy person.
I just want to hit it once with my sword aura. If it doesn't work out, I'll let you handle it, Yuan then said.
Okay.
Lan Yingying nodded her head. The two of them continued moving shortly after, but they stopped running. About 10 minutes later, they could see a massive reptile with a large jaw that resembled a certain type of dinosaur, and it was standing on 2 legs, almost like a T-Rex. Furthermore, there appeared to be rocks growing on its skin, kind of like an armor.
What kind of magical beast is that? Yuan couldn't help but ask her.
That's an earth dragon. They are incredibly tough and powerful. One would think they are slow due to their large figure, but they are actually the opposite and quite nimble, Lan Yingying said. And she continued, if you want to hit it, you'll need to take it by surprise. However, you only have 1 chance. If your attack fails for whatever reason, I will deal with it. Yuan nodded and took a deep breath before retrieving the Empyrean Overlord from his body. That sword, Lan Yingying, couldn't take her eyes away from the Empyrean Overlord for some reason after seeing it, almost like there was something about it that was attracting her on a spiritual level. Meanwhile, Yuan took a deep breath before displaying his movement technique, closing the distance between him and the Earth Dragon very quickly. The Earth Dragon noticed Yuan almost immediately, but when it realized Yuan's pathetic cultivation base compared to its own, the Earth Dragon scoffed at Yuan's reckless behavior inwardly and didn't even bother trying to defend against Yuan's attack, since it was confident in its own toughness. Once he was close enough, Yuan's eyes flickered with viciousness, and his body exploded with sword aura. The contempt in the Earth Dragon's eyes immediately disappeared, replaced with intense fear. Bloody sword strike. The Empyrean Overlord emitted a domineering red aura, and Yuan swung it at the Earth Dragon without holding back. Boom. The Earth Dragon was frozen from shock and felt suppressed by the sword's overwhelming pressure. A split second later, the Empyrean Overlord reached the Earth Dragon's tough skin before cleaving its massive body in half with ease, like a sharp knife going through tofu. However, the Empyrean Overlord didn't stop after cleaving the Earth Dragon and continued to slam onto the ground, creating a massive fissure in the ground that spread out meters into the distance, resembling tree roots. Lan Yingying's jaw dropped when she witnessed the overwhelming prowess displayed by Yuan, who was merely a 5th-level spirit warrior. Heavens, what is his body made of? How can a spirit warrior have such strength? Lan Yingying cried inwardly. Forget about killing the Earth Dragon in 1 hit. She didn't even expect Yuan to penetrate the Earth Dragon's defenses. Is he really this powerful, or is it because of that mythical sword? Lan Yingying wondered to herself. After killing the Earth Dragon, Yuan went to check if it left behind its monster core. But alas, it was empty. A few moments later, Lan Yingying approached Yuan and looked at the Earth Dragon's corpse with a weird glint on her eyes before swallowing nervously. Yuan, what kind of sword is that? Lan Yingying asked him a moment later. The Empyrean Overlord? It's my soul weapon, he said. Soul weapon? What about the dagger? It gave off a similar aura. That's also a soul weapon. I have 2, he calmly responded. 2 soul weapons. Lan Yingying was speechless. After a moment of silence, she asked him, by the way, if you don't mind, can I see that sword? I'm getting some kind of feeling from it, and I don't know why. Chapter 319, Unknown Entity. Sure. Go ahead. Yuan nodded his head, not hesitating to hand the Empyrean Overlord to Lan Yingying, since he trusted her, and even if she wanted to steal it, the soul weapon will automatically return to him if it gets too far away from him. Here you go. Yuan handed the sword to her in a casual manner. This sword is so heavy. Lan Yingying was taken by surprise by the weight of the Empyrean Overlord, nearly falling over trying to hold it at first. Oh, right, I forgot about that. It weighs about 1,000 jins naturally. Yuan had forgotten about its weight after handling it like a tree branch for so long. Where did you obtain such a treasure? And do you know its background? She then asked,
her gaze staring at the beautiful sword with a somewhat mesmerizing look. Apparently, it was found in a legacy tomb 500 years ago. As for its background, it used to be wielded by a sword emperor. Yuan recalled what Feng Yusang told him and the Empyrean overlord's description. Sword emperor. Do you, by any chance, know the name of this sword emperor? Lan Yingying asked. No, I don't. I see, Lan Yingying mumbled. Thank you for letting me see it. She handed the Empyrean overlord back to Yuan a moment later. Let's continue moving. Yuan then said, Wait a moment, Lan Yingying suddenly said, and she pointed at the Earth Dragon's corpse. Since you killed the Earth Dragon, its corpse obviously belongs to you, but do you think I can buy it off you? Eh? You want this Earth Dragon's corpse? Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering why she wanted it. If you want it, you can take it also. You don't have to pay me, Yuan said, as he doesn't have any uses for the corpse, nor does he plan on selling its materials. Really? Are you sure? An Earth Dragon's corpse will fetch a lot of money if you sell it, she asked him just to be sure. Yuan nodded. It's the least I can do for you. Who's helping me reach the nearest city? Thank you very much. Lan Yingying bowed to him before collecting the Earth Dragon's corpse with her spatial ring. Shortly after, they continued to run across the grassland, encountering a couple more magical beasts in a few hours. Of course, Yuan wanted to fight these magical beasts despite having a lower cultivation base in comparison. And just like the Earth Dragon, these Spirit Master magical beasts looked at Yuan with contempt when they realized he was only a spirit warrior, lowering their guards. However, these magical beasts immediately regretted underestimating Yuan's low cultivation base the moment he released his sword aura, and they could only powerlessly stare at Yuan as he slashes their body into two parts. After Yuan killed these magical beasts, Lan Yingying would collect their corpses, almost like a trash collector picking up trash on the sidewalk. Do magical beasts not drop monster cores around here or something? I've killed over a dozen of them without a single monster core, Yuan complained after some time. The higher cultivation a magical beast, the less likely they'll drop a monster core. Lan Yingying said to him, Really, that doesn't make any sense, but alas. Yuan sighed. Once the sun began peeking at the horizon, Yuan logged off the game to eat breakfast prepared by Mikshu. How are you doing in the mystic realm? Xiaohua wanted to know. Mikshu said to him afterward, I'm still making my way to the nearest city. I've also been encountering more and more magical beasts the closer we get to the city. However, you don't have to worry since I can deal with them easily, especially ever since I've learned Sword Aura. I understand. I'll let them know. Once she returned to the game, Mishu relayed Yuan's situation to Xiaohua and the others. What? Sword Aura? Long Yijun and the others expressed great shock after hearing this news. So, Brother Yuan finally learned Sword Aura, huh? Xiaohua already knew that he would learn Sword Aura. It was just a matter of when. Meanwhile, Yuan continued to follow the blue star in the sky with Lan Yingying. We should arrive in the city by tomorrow afternoon, Lan Yingying said to him. Okay. After running for a couple of hours without stopping, Lan Yingying suddenly felt a cold shiver run down her spine, causing her to stop running, and she shouted in a panicked voice, Yuan, stop! Eh? What happened? Another magical beast? Yuan stopped and asked her. However, when he turned around and saw the nervous look on Lan Yingying's face, even though she had remained relatively calm from their previous encounters with magical beasts, he realized something was amiss. It's worse than a magical beast. We need to get away from this place as soon as possible, Lan Yingying said to him. Get away from what? Yuan raised his eyebrows, and before Lan Yingying could respond to him, a deep voice suddenly resounded. The little princess is together with a human? What an unusual sight! Boom! The ground shook as a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed about 100 meters away from Yuan and Lan Yingying's location. What the heck is that? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when he saw this person and its unique appearance, not to mention its tyrannical aura that was unlike anything he's experienced before. This entity was standing on two tall legs like a human, and it also had the body of a human. However, this human-like figure had glowing red skin and a single black horn directly in the center of its forehead. The sclera of its eyes was pitch black with its iris and pupils bright red. Furthermore, it had long, sharp ears, sharp fingernails that resembled claws, and long black hair. If one looked closely, there was also a red crystal implanted in the middle of its chest. If one had to describe this entity with a single word, that word would be demonic. "Where are you going with this human, little princess?" The demonic being spoke with a large, diabolic smile on its face, showing its 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Chapter 320, Demon. "Miss Lan, what is that thing?" "It can even speak." Yuan was more amazed by this unknown entity's existence than feeling fearful of it. "You've never heard of a demon before?" Lan Yingying looked at him with surprise. "A demon? That thing?" "This is my first time hearing about them, much less seeing one," Yuan said, and he continued. "How are they any different compared to magical beasts?" "They're vastly superior to magical beasts overall. Just like how magical beasts are stronger than human cultivators at the same cultivation level, demons are stronger than magical beasts and by a huge margin as well. A spirit apprentice demon can even defeat a spirit warrior cultivator with ease," Lan Yingying explained to him. "Furthermore, they cannot be killed by normal means and are essentially immortal, since they can survive most injuries even if you put a hole in their heart. What such powerful entities exist? How come nobody talks about them outside?" Yuan was speechless. "I can't tell you, since I don't know what it's like outside, but in this world they are very infamous for their brutality and tremendous strength. However, they are also very rare, and most people live their entire lives without even seeing one." "Then I guess we're super lucky to encounter one right now?" Yuan asked. "Hey, what are you two talking about? I also want to join in on the conversation," the demon suddenly said to them. However, it remained standing there, seemingly unwilling to approach them for some reason. "How are you unaffected by the Lord's sword aura? You demons shouldn't be able to get this close to the divine forest." Lan Yingying spoke with a frown on her face. The demon laughed before speaking. "It's all thanks to your parents. Thanks to their blood, we've gained some resistance to the sword aura, but this is the furthest I can go for now. Sooner or later, we'll be able to enter the divine forest and consume you and those old bastards." Lan Yingying gritted her teeth in anger after hearing the demon mention her parents, and she lifted her arm with her spirit master cultivation fully activated. "Shut up! Sacred fire!" she shouted. A ball of white flames appeared in front of her palms before flying at the demon. However, despite seeing the ball of flames flying at it, the demon didn't even bother to move and remained standing there with a nonchalant look on its face. The white flames engulfed the demon a moment later, but it didn't show any reactions. "You've improved, little princess. However, compared to those old bastards, your sacred fire is still too weak to do any real harm to our bodies, much less kill us." The demon spoke as it bathed in her flames casually. A few moments later, the white flames disappeared on their own, leaving behind minor burn marks on the demon's red skin. However, these injuries immediately healed within seconds as well. "Miss Lan, you..." Instead of paying attention to the demon, Yuan was fully focused on Lan Yingying at this moment, mostly because her appearance had experienced some changes. It wasn't anything shocking, but Lan Yingying's black hair had suddenly turned pure white, and her azure-colored eyes turned into a beautiful pink color. Lan Yingying's minor transformation reminded him of Feng Yuxiang's transformation when her hairs and eyes changed colors after consuming his blood. However, it didn't immediately occur to Yuan that Lan Yingying could be a magical beast like Feng Yuxiang, since he thought Feng Yuxiang was unique as a divine beast and a phoenix, not to mention her curse, hence why she could transform into a human. The demon suddenly spoke. "Don't worry, little princess. I didn't come here to kill you today. I'm here to relay a message from our demon lord, who said he'll let you live if you become his woman. If you don't, the demon clan will raid the divine forest in 2 weeks when we fully absorb your parents' blood. I'd rather die than to become that bastard's plaything." Lan Yingying spoke with a fierce look on her face. "Don't be so quick to make up your mind. You have 2 weeks to decide." The demon shrugged. Then it turned to look at Yuan and continued to speak.
As for you, human, I won't let you go so easily.
If you want to continue, you'll have to kill. In the middle of the demon's sentence, it was forced to stop speaking when a gaping hole suddenly appeared in its head, shocking Lan Yingying, who had no idea what just happened. The demon collapsed onto the ground in a lifeless manner.
"What happened?"
she exclaimed. The next second, a dagger appeared out of thin air and hovered directly beside Yuan. "That's your sole weapon. It can turn invisible?" Lan Yingying was left speechless by the starry abyss's ridiculous ability. "Yes." Yuan nodded with a calm look on his face, and he said, "I hope you don't mind my actions just now. That demon is clearly very dangerous, and it made you cry, so I decided to take care of it." Lan Yingying looked at him with a loose jaw, not realizing that tears had formed by her eyes. But alas, one cannot kill a demon with raw strength. "Take care of me? A mere spirit warrior human? Ha ha! That's the funniest thing I've heard all year long." The demon's voice suddenly returned, taking Yuan by surprise.
"What the heck? It's still not dead, even with an injury like that."
Yuan turned to look at the demon with a surprised face, and sure enough, it was standing again. The gaping hole in its face also began to close back up, and in just a few moments the demon healed fully. "I'll admit that you'd managed to surprise me with that invisible attack just now. However, no matter how many times you open a hole in my face, you won't be able to kill me." The demon looked at Yuan with immense contempt in its gaze, almost like it was looking at an insect and not a human.